I just want to say a few words about how this workshop came about, and then I will give the word to Tatiana for some more elaborate reflections. Now, a few months ago, Tatiana sent out an open letter where she appealed to the international academic community to show solidarity with Belarusian scholars. Because after the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, many European universities started to prohibit collaboration with both Russian and Belarusian academic institutions. But as Tatiana insisted, I mean, this prohibition should really target state institutions and accomplices of the regimes, not the many scholars and intellectuals who themselves have become victims of persecution and repression. And after having read that letter, I reached out to Tatiana and I suggested that I might organize a workshop here in Copenhagen that would offer a number of Belarusian academics in exile a chance to speak out. And we quickly agreed that the topic of the meeting should be on community and national identity, not only because of the topical interests of these issues, but also because they link up with ongoing research at the center that I'm directing. Now, I have organized quite a lot of conferences and workshops over my career, but I have to say that this is probably one that was organized the fastest. We didn't really have much time to plan and organize everything, but I'm very happy that we succeeded. I'm happy that the people have shown up. I mean, I know the summer vacation is more or less really, we are on the threshold of that. And I'm also welcoming all the people who are joining in on Zoom. So I'm happy we succeeded. I'm looking forward to what I think will be a very exciting day. Just one further comment before giving the word to Tatiana. I think in terms of questions, I think it would be a little bit too difficult to have the people who are attending on Zoom pose oral questions, but you are welcome to post questions in the chat, and we will try to monitor those questions and then try to include them in the Q&A as fast as is possible. Please, Tatiana.
Well, good morning once again. First of all, I'd like to start with expressing my deep gratitude to Dan Zahavi for organizing this event and for the invitation to for Belarusian scholars to come here in Copenhagen and take part in this workshop devoted particularly and especially to the Belarusian agenda, to the very recent Belarusian political events, Belarusian political crisis that actually until now doesn't stop. Repressions in Belarus continues, and Belarusian scholars, Belarusian teachers, both at the universities and at schools, are repressed. They lost their jobs, and they have to, many of them have to leave our country because they become the scholars and teachers at risk, so to say, to use this definition as a new sociological and political category relevant to our political crisis. The workshop program includes presentations by a number of my colleagues, Belarusian scholars in exile. Most of us even cannot return to Belarus. Otherwise, we will be again at this risk situation. And several of colleagues who will present their paper today lost their jobs in Belarus for political reasons, and now they are looking for some possibilities of professional self-realization abroad. It's not easy task, as you can imagine. As to the topic of the today's event, I'd like to highlight that the Belarusian protest movement 2020 has led to a kind of reset of the national agenda in our country. Issues of national identity and national self-awareness have acquired a new relevance, a new historical relevance, and a new historical actuality. This was clearly indicated in particular by posters reading like "We are Belarusians" that could be seen during the Belarusian protests in 2020 and at the beginning of 2021. In this regard, it's worthwhile to ask how to understand this we, this new collective we that has arose within the context of our political protest movement. How it's constituted. What are the relations between individuals, selves on the one hand, and collective intentionality in question on the other hand. Another question that to be asked, to be touched upon in today's discussions, is what is the link between the civil society as a particular plural community of citizens and the idea of the nation? All these questions require both empirical and theoretical studies, both empirical and theoretical approaches. And of course, these questions require interdisciplinary approach and maybe even transdisciplinary approach to clarify the experience we were and we are still engaged in. In this regard, I think that the very title of our workshop, Community and National Identity, indicates very clearly the problematic scope of what must be discussed today. So I hope that we will have fruitful discussions, and I'd like to thank all who registered to this event. I know that there are audience also online, and I'm very grateful to colleagues from the Copenhagen academic community that you are today with us here. Thank you so much.
Okay, now I guess some of you might wonder why am I standing here, because I'm not a Belarusian scholar in exile. But I think that the reason for including a kind of Copenhagen presentation on the schedule was partly due to this interest in also promoting collaboration between Tatiana's group in Vilnius and the Center for Subjectivity Research in Copenhagen. And we were discussing a little bit how exactly to structure the program. I think due to time constraints, I mean, and also again the fact that things had to really be planned very quickly, it wasn't really possible to kind of solicit new contributions from a number of the people here in Copenhagen. But I thought that one thing I could do was to offer a certain overview of the kind of ongoing research in Copenhagen, and also perhaps try to illustrate why the issue of national identity is actually one that is of interest to us, and how that ongoing project precisely links up with the topics that we are going to explore today. So basically, so again, what I want to do or try to accomplish in this short presentation is, on the one hand, to introduce you to a project that started back in 2020 called Who Are We? It's a project funded by a grant from the European Research Council and from the Carlsberg foundation. It's a rather big project, and I mean, right at the moment we are about 10 people who have been hired into the project, and there will still be more people to join in. So it's a fairly big one, and the time horizon is that it will run until the end of 2025. So we are roughly in the middle of it, and the issues of national identity is to some extent a bit in front of us. These are not topics that we have yet been so much engaged with, but I want to try to show why we are kind of increasingly moving in that direction, and I hope also very much that we will be able to profit from the contributions by the Belarusian scholars today. I'm sure we can learn a lot. Now, there has been I mean, as I'm sure many of you will know, the capacity to engage in collective intentionality is very much a key aspect of ordinary human life. It's something that we are engaged in every day. Every day we solve tasks together, we reach decisions together, we share emotions together. And if one looks at the scientific landscape, it should be clear that that investigating these topics are certainly not just something that philosophers have shown an interest in. On the contrary, within recent decades, a number of empirical disciplines have also tried to get to the heart of what is collective intentionality. One can find some very interesting work being done in social psychology, cognitive psychology, or mental psychology, but also in, say, social neuroscience, in economics, and in many other disciplines. Now, what is of interest here is that all these empirical investigations are actually, to some extent, also drawing on philosophical inspiration, and it is primarily the work of four analytic philosophers that have been of quite important of high influence. And I'm here thinking of a group of philosophers occasionally called the Big Four, namely Searle, Gilbert, Bradman, and Tumala. Now, what is the focus of their work on collective intentionality? Well, I mean, running the danger of simplifying a little bit, I do think that the main effort here has been to try to understand the nature of joint action. That's very much the kind of starting point for the investigation. And often it's very kind of mundane examples that are taken as kind of relevant explananda. You know, how is it possible for people to prepare food together? How is it possible to paint a house together? How is it possible to go for a walk together? And the big discussion then is really this question of whether collective intentions are somehow reducible to suitably interrelated individual intentions, or whether collective intentionality possesses some kind of irreducibility. I mean, that's very much the kind of ongoing debate between these philosophers. Now, I think that, I mean, there's no reason to be dismissive of an interest in joint action, but I also think that this focus is perhaps a bit narrow, and that the fact that much work on collective intentionality has kind of been channeled through this concern with joint action have left a number of, I think, very important questions underexplored and unresolved. These are very much the questions that are then at the core of the project that we are running here in Copenhagen. Let me try to sketch out three different groups or sets of questions that we think are important and that we think have been somewhat underexplored in recent literature. So the first question concerns the question of identity. I mean, what is the relationship between collective identity and self-identity? How is the we related to the I? I mean, this seems to be pretty important question, but again, one that hasn't had the same kind of, attention, hasn't received the same kind of attention as the focus on joint action. More specifically, one might ask, is it really possible to understand what it means to think and feel and act as part of a we, unless one also have some grasp of what it means to be a self? Doesn't we need some exploration of the nature of selfhood in order to be able to understand the nature of the we? And again, one central question really concerns, the relationship between the first person singular and the first person plural. Does the first person plural, the we, does it presuppose or preserve or precede or annihilate the first person singular perspective? Does it modulate or transform it? And if so, how? And one might also reverse the kind of line of questioning and ask whether the existence of proper we phenomena, whether that they might not put pressure on the kind of available models of self. Might there not be accounts of selfhood that might be too thin, too disembodied, too spectral to really allow for something like genuine we phenomena? So again, the idea would be that actually exploration of selfhood and investigations into collective intentionality, those two discussions might actually illuminate and clarify each other. So it's not a one-way kind of street. The second set of questions concerns the issue of social cognition or interpersonal understanding. Again, how is a we perspective or collective intentionality, how is that related to interpersonal understanding? If a we perspective involves sharing a perspective with others, how can we understand what that entails if we do not have a proper grasp of what it means to understand others and relate to others in the first place? And given that there are many different types of interpersonal understanding, a further question to ask is whether all of these different forms are equally conducive to the emergence of a we perspective, or might there be specific ways of relating to others that allow for the emergence of a we perspective? And one particular kind of focus that we are then adopting is the exploration of the second person relation. Might relating to the other as a you perhaps be of particular relevance for being able to constitute a we with that other? To what extent is that a promising line of thinking? And the final set of questions really has to do with also realizing that the notion of we, of course, has to be further differentiated, because that's not just one kind of we. There are many different types, and one important question is what kind of self-experience and what form of interpersonal understanding might be required in these different forms of we's. And what we's am I talking about? Well, just think about the difference between a transient and a more enduring we, or a personal we versus a more anonymous we, or to use more classical terms, what is the relationship between a dyad and a crowd and an association, a Gesellschaft, and a community, Gemeinschaft? What are the relationships between these different group formations? Do they all qualify as forms of we? And what are their internal relation? Which of these formations, which of these types of we's might be most fundamental? And finally, and this is perhaps then the kind of question that then really moves us in the direction of also looking at the question of national identity. How are we identities solidified between the here and the now, and what kind of mechanisms are needed for that consolidation? I mean, is there a specific role to narratives? What about the transmission of rituals and conventions from one generation to the next, and what about out-group demarcation or the positioning of a third or a they? To what extent are such processes of crucial importance for the consolidation and constitution of an enduring we? Now, if one looks at, as I started out by mentioning, it's primarily four analytic philosophers that have been massively drawn on in recent empirical work on these topics. And it's of course interesting if one kind of adopts a slightly larger historical perspective that philosophical work on collective intentionality actually precedes this more recent interest from the side of analytic philosophy. Now, in one of the books that turned out to be very influential in allowing for this kind of upsurge of work on collective intentionality within analytic philosophy, namely John Searle's book, The Construction of Social Reality, Searle actually makes a remark in the introduction where he says that there's a reason why proper work on this topic is only possible now, because if one looks at the kind of founding fathers of sociology at the beginning of the century, they didn't really have a proper account of individual intentionality and consequently could not address the problem of collective intentionality in an adequate manner. Now, in making that verdict, Searle refers to the work of Weber, Simmel, and Durkheim, but he obviously forgets the name of Shchyttsova. And of course, there's a reason for bringing Shchyttsova into the picture, because not only because of the title of Shchyttsova's most famous book, which has a somewhat uncanny similarity to the title of Searle's book, but there's of course other similarities as well. I mean, one of the I think interesting ideas in Der sinnhafte Aufbau der sozialen Welt was precisely that Shchyttsova was trying to use a Husserlian theory of intentionality to tackle kind of foundational problems in sociology. So to some extent, he was trying to do what Searle many years later was also trying to do. And of course, Shchyttsova was not the only person to do so. He was really continuing a long tradition of work within phenomenology on these topics of in social ontology, and I think that really one of the interesting features of that older corpus of literature is that it to a large extent engages with the very questions that I think have been somewhat ignored by more recent discussions, because what one finds in the phenomenological literature is precisely an engagement with questions related to what is the relationship between we identity and individual identity, what forms of interpersonal understanding is conducive for the emergence of a shared perspective. What is the role of shared emotions? What is the role of habits? What is the role of traditions for bringing about communal experiences? So I think there's a lot to learn from those texts. And I mean, not that I expect you to kind of remember all these texts, but I mean, there is quite a lot of resources to draw on. I mean, there basically from shortly before the outbreak of the First World War, and at least for 20 years, many phenomenologists were working on issues related to the topics that I've been talking about so far. And this is not just contributions by some of the more well-known figures like Husserl and Scheler and Heidegger and Schütz for that matter, but I mean, think also about contributions by Reinach or Stein, Schmalenbach, Gerda Walzer, who is currently being rediscovered, Löwit, Vierkant. There are many people who have contributed and have made important contributions. And part of the project in Copenhagen is precisely to try to investigate those resources and try to bring the insights that one can find in those texts into a dialogue with contemporary authors. So basically, one could say that the ambition of the Who Are We project is really about trying to bring together three different discussions pertaining to the nature of consciousness and selfhood, discussions pertaining to the nature of social cognition and second-person engagement, and discussions of collective intentionality. And the idea is that actually these three discussions that have to some extent happened in separation and isolation can actually enlighten each other, and as a result of establishing a conversation between these three different discussions, it might actually be possible to kind of make progress. And so the hope is that by the end of 25, I mean, we might have reached a bit further in understanding the relationship between the I, the you, and the we. So that was kind of my attempt to briefly introduce you to the kind of backbone of the Who Are We project. And what I want to do in the remainder of my time is just to give you some preliminary hints about how that kind of discussion really has an impact on, or rather, why it kind of why there's a natural connection between that project and the discussion about national identity. But as I've also briefly said, I mean, at least, and here I'm speaking on my own behalf, I haven't yet really done a lot of work on national identity, so my own thoughts on these matters are very preliminary, and I'm not going to present you with any, you know, I'm probably not going to present you with any very exciting insights. I just want to kind of open up the conversation, and I hope perhaps that by listening to the rest of the talks today, I will be able to leave the workshop more insightful than when I arrived. Now, one way to start is basically to point to some recent work of Michael Tomasello, who incidentally visited the Center for Subjectivity Research just a few weeks ago. Now, in various of his publications, Tomasello points to, I think, an interesting divide between two forms of shared intentionality. Now, the first kind of shared intentionality he calls joint intentionality, and this involves short-lived relations between dyads in the here and now. So, I mean, for instance, having a conversation might exemplify as a form of joint intentionality. Tomasello also speaks of this joint intentionality as a second personal joint intentionality, or as a we-intentionality with a particular other. So again, I think it's very clear what his focus is on. I mean, it's really about types of collective intentionality that really occurs between individuals who are together in the here and now and who know each other. These are very important forms, but in Tomasello's taxonomy, he then distinguishes this kind of shared intentionality from another type that he calls collective intentionality. which really refers to much larger, much more anonymous forms of collaboration that goes beyond the here and now. And this would involve the construction of common cultural ground. It would involve conventions, norms, and institutions. And of course, I mean, I think when one thinks about it, it's clear that an investigation of collective intentionality cannot just focus on what goes on between individuals in the here and now. I mean, there are so many ways in which we participate, again, in rituals, conventions, norms, traditions that binds us together with others, but also others that are not present, perhaps neither spatially nor temporally. And of course, I think if we talk about national identity, I mean, then we are really, you know, looking at this latter form of intentionality. Now, for some, national identity is the most important group identity marker. I mean, there's, you know, context where that is made very explicit. Also in I think somewhat unpleasant political debates, and more recently, I mean, after having fallen out of favor, probably as a result of what happened during the Second World War, I think there has been a certain tendency among theorists to start to look more positively again at the notion of national identity, and some have argued that national identity is really what ensures a form of social cohesion that is crucial for the modern welfare state. And one can, for instance, find a very recent statement to that effect by Francis Fukuyama. So let me just read this quote. National identity has been pivotal to the fortunes of modern states. When channeled in the form of an exclusive and intolerant ethno-nationalism, it can drive acts of persecution and aggression. Yet national identities can also be built around liberal and democratic political values and around the shared experiences of diverse communities. Contrary to arguments that the concepts of national identity and state sovereignty have become outmoded, such an inclusive sense of national identity remains critical to maintaining a successful modern political order. National identity not only enhances physical security, but also inspires good governance, facilitates economic development, fosters trust among citizens, engenders support for strong social safety nets, and ultimately makes possible liberal democracy itself. I mean, so that's certainly an outspoken advocacy of national identity. Now, I'm not going to focus now on whether Fukuyama is right in claiming that national identity is as crucial as he claims it is, but it does, of course, raise the question about how such identity comes about. I mean, how is it generated? Is it a result of some kind of voluntary identification, or is it rather inherited and pre-given? Because these are certainly two of the kind of standard options that theories of nationalism presents us with. Now, sometimes the social cohesion found in the best of circumstances, found in a nation state is modeled on the family, and this is, of course, articulated by reference to motherland or the fatherland, or through references to brotherhood, for instance. So there's this attempt to somehow link the cohesion among members of a national community to some kind of extended family. But if one looks at families and tribes and local communities, I think it should be clear that they, to a large extent, really rely on face-to-face interactions in order to consolidate and reinforce the social cohesion between its members. And I think one has to recognize that the nation states are really of a completely different order. I mean, one can't, I mean, so there's something really misleading about viewing the nation state as an enlarged family, because there's something very different going on in the consolidation of again, social cohesion among members of a nation state. And I think that, I mean, there are theorists of nationalism that have certainly recognized this. Hobsbawm at one point argues that the nation differs in size, scale, and nature from the actual communities with which human beings have identified over most of history. So there's really something very different happening the moment nation states were established. And as Benedict Anderson at one point claimed with this famous phrase, nation states are imagined communities, in the sense that people who define themselves as member of a nation will never know most of the fellow members, will never meet them or even hear of them. And this is, of course, is why the appeal to kind of a family somehow seems a bit weird. So I think that what I want to bring to your consideration is this question of whether it really makes sense to talk about nation states as being natural, or whether they're not rather very unnatural, which is of course not to say that they're, I mean, that in itself doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with them, but to claim that they somehow, I mean, can follow from human nature per se, I think is a very strange argument to make. And the main claim, of course, or the main reason why there's nothing immediately natural about it is because they actually pose requirements on us that goes beyond what the kind of requirements that one has vis-a-vis, again, family members. One is really required to show loyalty also vis-a-vis fellow citizens that one has never met. Now, in the last few minutes, I just want to, again, as I said, I mean, I haven't really done much work on this topic myself. It's very much something that we are planning to work on in the years to come. But I just want to make a few references to this book by Bernard Yack that I found very inspiring, and who is a professor of democracy and public policy in the US. Now, what Yack does in his book is initially to make it clear that there are different types of social formations. I mean, on the one hand, people can be members of a set. They can be members of a set in virtue of sharing specific objective features, be it blood group or language or descent or skin color or weight. And the point here is that one is a member of a set regardless of one's own view on the matter. So it's really something, I mean, membership of a set is really something that can be externally attributed to somebody. And this is also, again, something that happens quite involuntarily. This is then distinguished from being members of an association, where an association understood as something that connects us by combining and coordinating our activities. So we join associations because they serve our interests. We share the burden of that coordination because of the benefits they offer. And often it's really about maximizing or realizing our own individual goals. We don't have any specific feelings of solidarity with other co-members. And finally, there's the notion of communities, which is then specified by the members showing solidarity with other members, where there are specific ties of loyalty binding the members, and where perhaps the use of the first person pronoun we is more salient. Now, if one adopts this tripartition and then looks at how the question of national identity has been discussed in the literature, well, one can see, a certain mapping. I mean, ethno-nationalism has often argued that an individual's deepest attachments are inherited rather than chosen. and also that it's the national community that defines the individual rather than vice versa. And so on this account, national identity is really something, again, inherited. It's something based on descent. It's an objective feature. So you really don't have any choice. You are what you are as a result of previous generations. Now, in contrast, civic nationalism has insisted that membership of a national community is really a form of rational attachment to freely chosen principles. And so whether you are a member of the national community is really a question of whether you subscribe to the relevant political creed. It doesn't have anything to do with your race, color, religious creed, gender, language, or ethnicity. And so on that account, national identity is really the outcome of a subjective affirmation. Your national identity is nothing but your own choice. Now, what Jak is claiming, I think not unconvincingly, is that both of these options, there's something wrong with both of these options. Ethnic nationalism really conflates the national community with a set composed of people who simply share certain objective features, whereas civic nationalism conflates the national community with a voluntary association of independent individuals. So again, if one thinks of the tripartition between set, association, and community, what Jak is claiming is basically that both ethnic nationalism and civic nationalism actually misses out on what constitutes a community per se. And his own proposal, which again I just want to present you with, and then we can open the discussion, is that membership of a national community really needs both elements. It needs both something shared and something felt. It presupposes both the presence of a certain cultural heritage, but also a subjective affirmation. So for Jak, a nation is a specific kind of community. He really emphasizes this intergenerational or transgenerational character of it. He argues that that members of a national community are united with other members as a result of certain well, not only because they share something, including cultural symbols and stories, but also because they have feelings of affect vis-a-vis what they are sharing. And so again, I mean, as he also points out, I mean, if one just looks at what objectively links us with others, I mean, there are so many different trajectories that one could pick out. So there's always a selection going on. There's always a certain arbitrary construction going on, and that's also one of the reasons why membership of a national community is not simply a question of pure objective facts. It is really also something that involves an ongoing work. Yeah, so that was all for me now. Thanks for your attention, and we have about 10 minutes for questions.
When we start?
Yeah,
please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Ilya, and I'm from the University in Germany. So my question is, all these theories, they have the common idea that individuals produce the community.
Mm-hmm.
Do you analyze or do you use the opposite ideas that communities produce the individual? Like I'm talking for the Hegelian perspective here.
Mm-hmm.
So like we never can imagine an isolated individual. So what's how you deal with this problem?
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm quite happy to get that kind of question, because it's much easier for me to reply to questions pertaining more to the question of national identity. No, so that is very much a question that we are discussing, and I think that one idea and of course I can't speak on behalf of everybody, but I mean that would very much be my own perspective on the question, is that is that we kind of need a differentiated model of what an individual or what a self is. And I think there are certain dimensions of selfhood that are very much embedded within a community, in which one couldn't imagine outside of that community. But I also think there are other dimensions of selfhood or other dimensions of individuality that are not in the same way communally grounded. So I think one has to somehow, I think the discussion would be too simplistic as long as one just operates with one notion of individual or one notion of community, and one needs a more stratified model. And so to give you one concrete example, if one looks at discussions in cultural psychology and anthropology, there has been people who have been arguing, or criticizing individualism, and really arguing that this is a specific Western conception. It's not really, cross-culturally or universal. But I think the point here is also not to conflate individualism as a specific ideology that prioritizes and valorizes the kind of independent individual over the aims and goals and values of the community. It's important not to conflate individualism as an ideology with individuality, when that simply means, are there individual subjects of experience? And I think, it would be very strange, I think, it's one thing to claim that there are sociocentric communities where the values of the community overrides the values of the individuals. It would be very strange to say that in those communities there are no individual subjects of experience, but that is occasionally the claims that are being made by people, because they don't distinguish carefully enough, again in this case, between individualism and individuality. And likewise, one could also say there might be a difference between talking of a certain normative conception of what selfhood amounts to, in the sense of, I define myself as somebody who values, what do I know? Pro-choice or pro-life or pro-gun or whatever. That defines me by my attachment to specific values, values that to a large extent, of course, is derived from the community I'm part. And individuality understood as, well, I possess an embodied perspective on the world. My experiences are to some extent experienced as my own, and not as everybody's or nobody's. So again, I think we need a lot of differentiation there, and that is part of what the project is also trying to accomplish.
Thanks so much, Dan. I was wondering about the question of having multiple national identities, and if that meant, if you're open to that idea, does that mean that you might want to include something that recognizes something like multiplicitous selfhood? Now, obviously not at a minimal level, but maybe at a narrative level in some way. I was just wondering if you could expand on that at all.
Yeah, I guess one, perhaps one way to so here's one way to think about it. I think we all possess many identities at any given point in time. And so, it's not enough if we're talking about self-identity. It's not really enough just to look at personal identity. We also need to look at social identity. We also need to look at collective identities. And again, I think, contrary to some of the simplistic jargon of the nationalists, I think it's wrong to say there's only one salient collective identity. I think there are many, and we can participate in those, simultaneously, and we constantly have somehow to navigate between them, because they might also make different demands on our priorities and values. So I think that in itself, is just any proper appreciation of the complexity of normal human life would have to face up with that kind of complexification. Now, I'm not sure that, but I think that is perfectly compatible with the idea that we still only have, I mean, that we are one. I mean, I don't think this, I mean, obviously this is not supposed to lead to some idea of multiple personality disorder, anything like that. I mean, that I think is completely the wrong way to go. So I don't think it would put pressure on a reasonable, accommodating account of selfhood. And I guess the only thing where I'm a little bit unsure, but that is just because I haven't worked enough on it. I mean, is this question about, I just don't know. I mean, whether the possession of multiple collective identities, whether that immediately allows for several national identities as well. So I mean, I just don't really know, because again, collective identity can of course be on a much smaller scale as well. I mean, it might be, I don't know, again, the football fan club that you are part in. I mean, you know, and then you have, you know, being part of a specific national community. I mean, that I think is perfectly compatible. But whether you can be part of two national communities simultaneously, I mean, or perhaps this is what immigrants are normally confronting every day. I mean,
yes, so I was actually thinking of some of the work from like Maria Lugones and Mariana Ortega, who talk about world traveling. And I mean, Lugones has a very radical view of multiplicitous selfhood, but Ortega, it's more like dimensions of self. So I was wondering if there might be some worth drawing from some of that material.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I mean, I just haven't thought enough of it. But I think I would. I mean, I think I would probably tend to think that the idea of only having one national identity might actually be a bit too monolithic. I mean, because it's not so. I mean, no national identity is probably that pure. So there will always be several things going on.
Great, thank you.
There is one comment in the chat here.
Yeah.
May I press the model of the family here? What we might get from drawing on this model is the idea of caring, maybe even love, that lies at the head of social cohesion. This is hard to write in the chat box, but I hope this gestures in the direction of a factor that is important here.
Yeah, no, that is of course, I mean, a relevant comment. I mean, that we would like communities that also incorporate care and love, but I guess one question is whether we are only requested or required to show care and compassion vis-a-vis family members, even extended family members, or whether there might not also be a demand upon us to show care and compassion vis-a-vis others. I mean, also in a more radical sense as those who are different. So I'm a little bit, I mean, so I appreciate the reference to care and concern, but I think I would prefer a model that would also allow us to show care and concern for non-family members. I think that's perhaps more promising than just viewing the community simply as an extended family.
By the way, Anderson writes about the emotional legitimacy of national consciousness. Just
good. I think we are running out of time, unfortunately. So thanks for your comments, and sorry that that's not good.
Well, we can proceed further, and I invite Andrei Vazyanau, our next speaker today.
This can please say share. That is one. And how do I switch slides?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now it works. Yeah, so my name is Andrei Vazyanau. I'm social anthropologist, and I'm representing EHU today, European Humanities University, but also an NGO called Men's Urban Platform. So I'm going to talk about this multiple positionality and identity as well. And I'm going to talk from anthropological perspective. Thank you for this opportunity to provide my disciplinary perspective. There is a short prehistory to this presentation also. Last year, in April, I was asked by an established leftist platform to write a text about grassroots sociology in Belarus and how data are collected by non-academic actors in the field, by activists, NGOs, bloggers, sometimes media, news outlets, and so on. And the text was rejected by editorial team with the formulation that it's written in a too subjective manner, and that it probably provides a too exclusive understanding of what is Belarusian. And then the second version of the text was rejected again, and I was just proposed to offer my text to another resource, which was more politically neutral. And the situation made me think, and our correspondence with the editors made me think about those specific challenges of doing an ethnography or doing anthropology and empirical social science in Belarus and about Belarus that are probably non-evident at all when looking from outside. So you see this in and about Belarus, also because of the circumstances that Tatiana has mentioned. Many of us today cannot go to Belarus physically because we would be at risk of imprisonment. Not only because of doing social science and publishing some critical works, but also because academic community in Belarus is small enough to be engaged in civic activities as well. Many academicians compile their activities in academic sphere and in civic sphere. They're both researchers at universities, but also researchers at some activist initiatives or civic platforms. And many of us also were engaged in collecting signatures for alternative candidates at presidential elections, for instance, which I also did. I would start with shortly describing the context of Belarusian everyday life that is rarely articulated actually in discussions about the country. So Belarus has this image of an extremely non-free country, which it is, but there are also particular, not exceptions, but specific features that distinguish it from other countries with comparable or even higher level of repressions or non-freedom or freedom restrictions. And one of these specific factors is that Belarus is internetized and digitalized. The level of access to internet and internet use in Belarus is much higher than in any country with comparable level of repressions. Probably there is one country that comes close to Belarus when it comes to internet use, that is China. But China operates a sophisticated firewall system. And in Belarus, as of now, none of global social media platforms are forbidden, and also technically they are available. What Belarusian government or Belarusian regime does is creating particular lists of resources and pages that are considered extremist, So for reposting from them, for sharing information from them, you can get criminal punishment, and Belarusian citizens are imprisoned for repost, share, and sometimes like. Also in private conversations. So technically it is available, and Belarusian audience is quite informed about the news. But at the same time, many spheres of life are digitalized. For instance, there is a quite convenient system for tax declarations that many people yearly use. There is 115 Bell service for claiming problems in communal service, and it functions actually quite well. And our Polish colleagues were comparing two systems in Poland and in Belarus. The Belarusian system was quite okay, and at some points was more user-friendly even. Another thing that I want to mention here is that Belarusian population, despite Belarus was never associated to EU, it still was quite mobile. And before 2020, before pandemics had started, it was very usual to take a fast train from Minsk to Vilnius, and in 2 hours and a half to be in the capital of an EU country. And Belarus had the highest rate per capita of Schengen visa applications and of issued visas as well. And the rejection rate was the lowest worldwide. So mostly for Belarusians, it was not some exotic experience to come to the EU. Also, if you compare to statistics on Russia and Russian citizens, it's very different, because as of 2018, there were only 15% of Russian population that have ever been abroad. And for Belarus, that number was 51. So more than 3 times more. If we look at statistics on where do Belarusian audiences take news, and this is statistics by a German Center for Osteuropa-Forschung, so Center for Research in Eastern Europe. They actually show that social media are much more popular than television in Belarus. So judging by numbers, you have these circumstances, but at the same time, they coexist with very archaic forms of violence that may remind of the 1930s, without exaggeration. It is widely known about systemic tortures in penitentiary system of Belarus. Belarus is the only country in Europe where death penalty is used on a legal basis. So it's Belarus so far has not opted out from using death penalty. More than that, just a month ago, there was a new legislation that envisions death penalty also for an attempt of terrorist act. That means people actually can be shot just for attempt, alleged attempt of engaging with terrorism activities.
Even theoretical attempt, speculate, reflection.
Yes. And also more recently, after the start of full-scale Russian invasion to Ukraine, Belarusian citizens have new multiple obstacles for obtaining Schengen visa or any kind of visas actually for the EU states. And I think it is important to at least to mention here that these obstacles are much more serious than for Russian citizens. And generally on everyday basis, Belarusian economy and Belarusian everyday life faces much more consequences of EU sanctions. Although I have never encountered a view or an opinion that Belarusian society has more a responsibility for Russian invasion into Ukraine. Yeah, so basically it's out of the possible spectrum. There are different opinions, but I have never heard that. Okay, so one important phenomena that we were talking about in Belarus after the outbreak of peaceful protests was the increasing interest of Belarusians towards themselves and own culture. Actually, Belarusian national project is often described as failed due to different reasons. And one of the reasons is probably language, because the most widely used language in Belarus is Russian. And in the media sphere, it would often mean that Belarusians would be immersed into Russian media sphere, but this is not the case. And we know from statistics that in top 10 of the most read news outlets in Belarus, there are only Belarusian teams and Belarusian collectives. By now, many of them are displaced from the country. They're physically outside of Belarus, but this is a resource that would be actually only interesting for Belarusian audience because it's quite focused on local agenda. And it had been the case even before 2020, but then in 2020, we see an increase in news resources writing about Belarus exclusively, also an increase in use of Belarusian language, which is usually non-understandable for Russian audience, written or spoken. And another thing that we observed was that people would really search for some data, qualitative and quantitative, about themselves, about the we, the Belarusian we. And quite often they would interpret the data that were not designated as sociological data. For instance, if we think about the most popular news outlet in Belarus, which was Stood By, it is by now closed, and there is another project led by the team. But on Stood By, which was visited by 25% of Belarusian population daily, you could see likes and dislikes under different use and different publications. Yeah, so every publication would get several hundred of reactions, sometimes thousands of reactions. And then there would be also comments, commenting function. And under comments, you would also see likes and dislikes. And this is actually a kind of sociological quantitative data as well, because you see which opinion is popular and which is not supported by the audience. More than that, this kind of data is more difficult to fake in comparison to comments, because commentaries can be written by troll, but if there are 300 likes or 500 likes, this usually tells about something. That is technically much more difficult to provide 300 likes from a troll. Here, it might be important to mention what the production of sociological and anthropological knowledge about Belarus looks like. And it even looked like that before 2020. So from outside, Belarus is mostly considered within the cluster of Russia and Eastern Europe. So quite often Belarusian researchers have to give some time to explaining that Belarus is not Russia. And the German university where I graduated, an assistant at Dean office was very surprised that my passport is different from Russian passport, because Belarus is a separate country. It was in Germany in 2000. Institutionally, Belarus is mostly considered within the cluster of Russian and Eastern European studies. And these are circumstances from outside, but if you are inside, then first of all, independent sociology is criminalized, quite literally. You cannot conduct surveys without getting a license from the state. Any survey that is considered, I quote, that considers social, civic, and political issues in it, that can only be conducted with the license from the state. And the state would usually reject applications from non-state sociological institutions. The last remaining independent sociological institute, NISEP, was closed down forcibly in 2016. So after 2016, we do not possess some reliable statistics on public opinion about particular political figures, for instance. And by now, there are still several collectives that try to do sociological research from within under the disguise of marketing research. So, for instance, Satyo would position themselves as a marketing research company, but they did an important research on attitude of Belarusian society to pandemics. And while news outlets would usually quote Lukashenko and saying, quoting his denialist statements about the virus as if it did not exist, actually, Satyo, as well as some ethnographic reports, showed that Belarusian society reacted towards pandemics in a way that was close to many other societies in Europe as well, especially in Northern Europe. There was some self-discipline, there was limitations on contacts, and theaters, cinemas, bars, and cafes were closed down during the first wave of pandemics. There was no support from the state, but the reaction, the societal response was not that outstanding. It was more or less typical. So the described situation when we don't actually have that infrastructure for producing sociological knowledge, and state-controlled institutions, they would usually abstain from any surveys on politically sensitive topics. This led to a situation that Sana Shelest described as absence of public opinion in Belarus, and she meant that in Belarus there was no an infrastructure or space where some decisions could be made with reference to collective will or with reference to public debate, because there was no space for public debate and no data input for that kind of debate. And it's probably also important to mention that Gennady Korshunov, a sociologist who showed short before elections that the level of trust towards Lukashenko was 24% around the country, he was dismissed from a state institution. So this also distinguishes Belarusian situation from Soviet situation. In Soviet Union, sociological institutions would target at knowing about the audience in order to better control the population. And I'm quoting Elena Zdravomyslova here, who wrote on history of Soviet sociology. But in Belarus, we rather observe the refusal from communication and refusal from knowledge. Probably those data are somehow uncomfortable or inconvenient for the regime, but mostly Belarusian regime has a very low knowledge about what the public wants. And non-state actors know this much better just because they are engaged in it, and they have more interest in knowing something about people there. Within National Academy of Science, Sociological Institute performs merely ideological function. If we talk about anthropology or ethnology, then we see that it's usually reduced to collecting folklore, to doing folkloristics. And even so, chair of ethnology and folklore at Belarusian State University for Culture and Arts was closed down in 2021. And informal interpretation of this closure was the interest of such chairs in Belarusian culture that is conceived as very different from Russian one. So these are inconvenient stances or statements for the regime. That's why any framing of Belarusianness, Belarusian culture is very different from Russian one, is structurally persecuted as well. In 2020, we encountered an unprecedented growth in interest, in academic interest towards Belarus. And there were several reasons for that. First of all, there were there was that untypical reaction of Belarusian regime towards the virus, but then there were unprecedented protests, peaceful protests, followed by unprecedented repressions. And this led to upsurge of publications and discussions and debates about Belarus, but most of these publications were produced outside of the country. And I'd like to shortly describe two perspectives here. One is Western voices, and of course I'm simplifying, but for the sake of time saving. Slavoj Žižek, for instance, in The Independent stated that the aim of the protests in cities like Minsk is to align the country with Western liberal capitalist values. And this was the opinion multiplied and copy-pasted in many resources, but this was completely not based on empirical evidence. And this kind of evidence was easy to get. The protest movement had three main demands. And there was consensus about those three main demands. None of those three was relating to Western liberal capitalist values, to economics at all. And those demands were stop violence, release political prisoners, and hold fair elections. So actually nothing connected to economy. And within the protest, people with very different political views and different values were united from both left and right political spectrum. By now, academic discussion about Belarus is clearly dominated by data collected from abroad. Most cited are Chatham House surveys that are still conducted, and also choice that I have already mentioned. And Chatham House today provides statistics on public opinion on war among Belarusians, which also shows contrasts between Russian and Belarusian public opinion. And here this data are often criticized because it's questionable to which extent you can trust what people answer in surveys in a quasi-totalitarian state. However, we have two repressive states and different answers in them. Then another perspective is what I call Russian voices. There were several texts written by people who identify themselves as Russian left on Belarusian protests in 2020 and in 2021. They also lacked empirical basis. They would not usually refer to interviews or to data collected by grassroots activists and organizations within Belarus or by Belarusian media and journalists. And also sometimes even by the use of terms, they would point onto non-recognition of Belarusian subjectivity. They would often use the word Belarusia, which is a Russian name for Belarus, but never used in Belarus itself, even when people talk speak in Russian. In Russian, people would still say Belarus. And also, quite often they would, those publications would show the lack of acquaintance with the context. For instance, they would call Lukashenko Batka, a term that is quite often used outside of the country, Batka meaning father in Belarusian, but till 2020, this term was not used in Belarus. So this is kind of myth reproduced quite successfully outside of the country, but quite aligned to the country itself. And there is a good text by Irina Halip on how that term was imported actually to Belarusian media space by Russian journalists, whom Lukashenko's regime invited in 2020. There are multiple weaknesses of the data that established outsiders collect, because any polling. Do I have 5 more minutes?
Yes,
okay.
sure.
So there are different weaknesses of both data collected by established outsiders and by grassroots activists. Any polling today is perceived with suspicion. Sometimes people just give socially expected answers. But what's particularly important to mention here is, I think, is that both in Russian and Western observations, Belarusophone datasets are absolutely absent because usually no one reads Belarusian. But if you look at the most read resources in Belarusian media sphere, then in top 10, you see that 3 of them are Belarusian speaking. And if you look at Instagram, Instagram is very politicized in Belarus now. Then in top 3, 2 would be Belarusophone, each having an audience of more than 200,000 followers. And grassroots data collection was initially directed at political preferences, of course, and there is Zuber and platform Golos resources that documented the elections in Belarus. Actually, they might be regarded also as ethnographic account, because there are many notes showing how the elections were rigged. And then there are initiatives that documented individual stories of repressions by different methods. And finally, if it comes to research in a more narrow areas, for instance, our Men's Codbrand platform is concerned with urban life, with use of urban space, with how people organize their neighborhoods and neighborhood communities, then this kind of data collection is very dangerous sometimes to respondents themselves. So we are aware of the risks, so we have to look for some non-trivial solutions, like asking about what people around you think, and then the person actually answers what he or she thinks, because it's perceived as a safer response. Okay. And there is criticism of this grassroots data because they can be quite biased, because those questionnaires are disseminated in Telegram channels among audiences with predefined agenda. So sometimes they might show more protest mood in the audience than would be indicated on average in the country. And this kind of criticism we hear quite often from outside. Then very shortly, I would outline the situation that we have today with the knowledge about Belarus and with posing questions about Belarus. First of all, there is an absence of empirical validity in outsiders' statements for Belarusian public. And by Belarusian public here, I mean both protesters and supporters of the regime. So quite often, academic statements produced from outside do not make sense for any of these two camps, unfortunately. And this way of academic knowledge production creates more separation from society than connection. Agenda of international discussion on Belarus is detached from what Belarusians discuss within the society. And there is actually higher prestige of journalist knowledge on Belarus than academic knowledge on the country. Also because Belarusian journalist community proved to be more successful, autonomous, and livable than academic community. I used the word belong in the title of this presentation, and now there is a challenge that we all facing, all Belarusian researchers present here today. What does it mean to be outside of the country but still to belong it? We all, I think, can talk about restrictions from inside the country, because, for instance, you cannot apply standard validation procedures for the data you get there. You cannot get a written consent from a person giving you an interview in Belarus. That means an ethical committee of an average Western European university would not accept the data. And many pieces of data can only be disseminated under pseudonym or anonymously, and you cannot make an academic publication anonymously. So sometimes you just make a choice whether you publish now under your name and do not return to the country anymore, or you publish anonymously and then do not get credit. Outside of the country, Belarusian passport can be considered a liability now, you cannot ask your embassy for help. Belarusian embassies are now rejecting applications from Belarusian citizens. You cannot renew your passport. In Lithuania, you have to apply for a foreigner's passport as a travel document with which you can travel and get stamps there. And also in EU, you have to prove your legal status continuously. And of course, this bureaucratic precarity does not help to produce knowledge. Yeah, here are just some empirical clusters that I think are important to study now for anyone who wants to know more about Belarusian life from inside or from outside. One is the question of violence and the protests, because Belarusian revolution or protest was positioned as a peaceful, and it was marked as the distinguishing feature, constituent feature, but we do not know anymore how disappointed are people with their former solution to make the protest peaceful and to abstain from violence. And Belarusians are mocked and criticized for the peaceful way of the protest, especially in Ukraine by now. This kind of a very common reproach, like, why did you protest peacefully if you knew that it would not result into power transit? The question of agency and responsibility in the situation of Russian invasion into Ukraine. Also the questions of to stay or live, questions of mobility, relations with diasporas, which can be quite tricky between those who stayed and those who left. Education in a country where schools have lost their prestige. Actually, many parents would like to give home education to their children and would tell their children to not believe what they are told in the school. Yes, and I think I have already accessed my limit of time, so I would rather answer to your questions and just, yeah. The last slide was actually on the opportunities that study of Belarus could give to other people who do not belong to Belarus as well. Why I think that Belarus is not only interesting for Belarusians. But I would rather answer questions. If I can.
Thank you so much. My name is Thomas Sandam from the Center. Thanks, that was really fascinating. Just a very naive question, and at least as far as I remember, we talk about that. How is the situation of foreign researchers, so non-Belarusians, and let's assume non-Russians, also let's say Western from Western foreign countries, researchers traveling and doing research? I mean, is that must be significantly different, I assume, or isn't there much research done sociological or and if why there isn't any done?
Before 2020, there was some research done by historians and sociologists from abroad in Belarus, and we also communicated with anthropologists from US, for instance. And they would come and study aspects of everyday life, such as emotional labor in service sphere in Belarus, or some Soviet heritage, and so on. And by now, I guess there are probably zero Western researchers physically in Belarus for different reasons, not only because it's dangerous. Actually, people from Western Europe do not need a visa to come to Belarus, unlike to Russia. To Russia, they need. But logistically, it's very difficult to get to Belarus by airplane, because after an incident with Roman Protasevich, where an airplane was hijacked in the airspace of Belarus, there are no flight connections to the EU. Westwards, nothing flies westwards. You can only get via Turkey to Belarus. And also some embassies, for instance, they advise their citizens not to go to Belarus because it is allegedly dangerous. Which it might be. We cannot say for sure. But at the same time, there are reports on how German football fans came to Belarus last week, visited football matches, and now giving interviews to German media on how does it look like, how does it feel to visit a football match in Belarus in 2022. There is a research by a colleague of mine who tries to conduct interviews via Zoom or Skype, so without coming to Belarus. And there are NGOs that continue their activity in different spheres: feminist NGOs, queer rights NGOs, urbanists, environmental NGOs, who are conducting surveys or interviews in their particular sphere of interest. So we as a Minsk Urban Platform, for instance, conducting interviews about neighborhood and being neighbors today. Yes. So it's mostly knowledge produced by locals or people who depend on their Belarusian passport, for instance.
Yes, thank you. I think that everybody has read something in the media about Putin in the Russian population since the beginning of the aggression. But I cannot remember similar statements about support of Lukashenko since the beginning of the aggression towards the Ukraine. I don't. I'm not sure whether I understood correctly. But he said that there's no data gathering. For example, that the public opinion, the public support for Lukashenko since the beginning of the war, or that there is no reliable or unbiased data state. So maybe you can just like develop what you were saying with the example of this question. I mean, what, for example, public support that we're pushing for since the beginning of the war.
Thank you for the question. To the best of my knowledge, the most reliable source that we have on that are surveys by Chatham House. They were conducted and published twice since the beginning of full-scale war. And the question that is mentioned there in their survey list is what is the politician that you support? And then there are different names given, because considerable part of society would recognize Svetlana Tikhanovskaya and not Lukashenko as president. Actually, in Belarus, you usually refer to a surname, but not to the duty, because it's a question who is the president. These two surveys did not show some considerable change, significant change in the level of support of Lukashenko. According to this survey, it is about 25% of Belarusian society. But there are, of course, questions to the quality of the data, how unbiased they are, whether people would give socially expected answers to that. But that's Chatham House, British sociological institution. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, thank you for a fascinating presentation. My name is Katrin, and I'm one of those researchers from outside doing research on Belarus.
Great.
And I'm also one of those researchers who only speak Russian and not Belarusian. And in that context, can you elaborate a bit on what you said also as you slide on the need of decolonizing the study of Belarus and, for example, language problem? Because I guess I'm not the only one from the outside having been looking at Belarus from the perspective of Russia or relations to Russia. So if you can say a few comments on that aspect.
Yeah, indeed, decolonization perspective is something often discussed in Belarusian space recently. And it's not a new problem, but it has some new meanings after the start of Russian aggression. So I'm afraid to simplify excessively, but quite often Belarusians have to prove that they're not Russians, although sovereignty of Belarus as a core value is something that both state data indicate, or regime data, and independently collected data indicate. There is a consensus in Belarusian society that Belarus should be an independent country. 85% identify themselves as Belarusians and not as Russians. There are 8% self-identified Russians in Belarus. And this is not a point of contest between the regime and the protesters. It's both the regime and protesters agree on that. That's why from the inside, it doesn't seem a problem also that many people speak Russian and use Russian as a main language in their everyday life. Just because people separate their linguistic practice from their ethnic identity. So for them, these are not the things that come together. And coming from Eastern Ukraine, I can relate from more than one place to that situation. Now this decolonization idea also is inspired by many situations where Belarusians are excluded from public conversation on equal basis with Russians. And the events of 2020 are actually ignored. In many situations, it is ethically very difficult to object, because Ukrainian cities are bombed, and they're also bombed by the rockets that are flying from Belarusian territory. And to object to Ukrainian side in this situation is difficult indeed. It is also difficult to answer to Russian participants of such transnational projects. So, oh no, we are not involved on equal basis with you, and we should not be silenced as you. Yeah, because you would also talk to a most vulnerable part of Russian society, to activists, oppositioners, independent scholars. But in many instances, Belarus is only considered as something in between Ukraine and Russia, and the question then is like how close it is to Ukraine or to Russia. Recently, most productive collaborations of ours were in the projects where Belarus would be included with some third countries, not with Russia and not with Ukraine. It's a matter of size because Belarus is now a country of less than 9 million people. It is more like it is easier to interact within a project where other countries of 5 or 8 million people would be present also. And with Lithuanian colleagues of ours, for instance, it was quite, it was easier, or with Slovak colleagues of ours. So it's the matter of size, and it's the matter of that position of Belarus as if in between of Russia and Ukraine. But Belarusians themselves do not only relate to these two countries. Sometimes the access of coordinates is not based on Russia and Ukraine or Poland, which are all large countries.
Okay. Andrei, thank you so much.
Well, about the title of my presentation, the pragmatics of identity, one might think if it's possible to speak of national identity as of a set of financial transactions. Well, of course not. It would be nonsensical to reduce it to financial issues. But if it's possible to speak of identity as costs and benefits, the answer is yes. Well, because costs and benefits should not necessarily are translated into financial transactions, but they can be, for example, cognitive costs and benefits, behavioral, well, psychological energy can also be costly or cheaper. For example, when people tell lies, especially about big issues, lies. So it often becomes costly because they have to keep in mind all the chain of stories they built around the original lie. So it can be costly, often is costly telling the lie, but of course it's not possible to reduce to financial costs and benefits. So in this broad sense, well, pragmatics of identity or identity as seen through the lens of costs and benefits, this is what I propose. Maybe I will tell something about when I came upon such perspective. So it happened probably 10 years ago when I got acquainted with Macedonian national identity components. One component is the figure of Alexander the Macedonian. So they tend to trace their national history to the times of Alexander the Macedonian. So, and when I thought about such an approach, I realized two things. That one thing, it's exciting, it's fascinating to trace the history of your nation to so ancient times, but on the other hand, it's very costly. It's very costly, not only in political terms, although yes, think about multiple how much quarrel with Greece it involves, but first of all on the cognitive level. So constantly you have to answer for yourself, for your in-group members, well, how you can imagine Alexander the Macedonian as a sort of figure of this Slavonic Macedonia. So it causes a number of cognitive dissonances, and you have somehow to deal with them, and this is costly. This was one impulse for which I tried to think about national identity as through the lens of costs and benefits. And well, the plan of my presentation will be the following. Pragmatics in general will be the first part of the presentation, and I will start with vocabulary because, well, it's probably not common for nationological studies to speak in this way, so we'll have to start with vocabulary and basic assumptions. Second part will be national identity as such, national identity versus related identities, and I will present three pairs of identifiers, that is identity components, possible identity components, and I will give some example just to somehow show how these categories can be applied to real life. And the third, last but not the least, last but probably the most important part of the presentation, Belarusian case. Three groups of, I will distinguish three groups of identifiers. I will speak of a strength of a not national but supranational identity which is prevalent in Belarus, and I will say something about post-February 2022 situation. So, okay, pragmatic in general, I posed the picture of Daniel Kahneman, who is Nobel laureate in economics, but he became known first of all for his psychological cognitive studies, which economists found to be quite applicable, quite useful in their studies. And I think that I'm not economist and I'm not going to contribute to economy, but to rather to national identity. I think that his thoughts, the results of his studies can be applicable to national identity studies. Well, pragmatics in general, vocabulary, benefits and costs. Benefits, understood, benefits, costs understood quite broadly. Benefit, whatever increases chances, opportunities, and possibilities of a subject, understood either individually or collectively, is benefit, and whatever decreases chances, opportunities, and potential of a subject is cost. System 1 and System 2, these are categories as developed and used widely by Daniel Kahneman. Well, System 1 is a sphere of routinized cognitive templates. Well, something that we inherited from that humans developed in the course of evolution. Cultural ways of information processing, is part of System 1. That is, whatever automatically this templates for automatic processing of information. It's easy to launch, easy to use, it's rather cheap. Well, it doesn't require extra psychological efforts. And system 2, that is what we gain in the course of individual learning. So mathematics, logics, well, such information processing methods that require extra psychological efforts. They often require time. They are time-consuming, energy-consuming. System 2. Immediate gratification versus delayed gratification. Well, it's probably self-understanding that whatever brings immediate results, pleasant results, is immediate gratification, and delayed gratification when we have invest in something and this result can come in months, in years, maybe in centuries. However, what time span is taken into account. Private benefit and public benefit. Private, well, what increases chances, opportunities, and possibilities of an individual and his or her close environment, family, for example, friends. This also can be treated as private. And public, what contributes to the benefits, to chances, opportunities, possibilities of the conventionally understood community, for example, national or academic community. So, well, basic assumptions. Categories variables. Of course, this basic assumptions should be taken into account, that other things being equal, humans prefer benefits to costs. Engagement of system 1 is preferred to the engagement of system 2. Well, is preferred to should not be treated axiologically, that is not that it's more valuable or less valuable something. Well, it's just treated as a sort of pattern of behavioral and cognitive patterns. So whatever is possible to interpret using your automatic cognitive powers, well, it's just cheaper, it's quicker, but sometimes system 2 is needed, but it's rather costly in energy and time terms. An option aimed at immediate gratification is more preferable. Once again, more preferable. I mean that people tend to prefer them than an option aimed at delayed gratification. So this is why, well, capitalism evolved so lately. It's investing to achieve some gains in months, in years. So it's something that people have. It took thousands of years that people tended to value delayed gratifications. Private benefit is preferable to a public one when people has to choose between, for example, his or her life of his or her family members. Well, usually he or she tends to choose the first. Of course, ceteris paribus, which means that conditions, value systems, many other things can change these basic assumptions. But these assumptions are meant to work. Well, they are should be understood as something that works by default. In practice, some interferences are possible. And some derivative laws not in natural, not in a sense of natural science, but laws as effects, patterns, or biases. The law of least effort, if it's possible to use less energy, people resort to action that allowed to use less energy, less effort. The more exhausted the resources of system, too, the higher the likelihood of resorting to routinized intuitive solutions as active information processing using complicated calculation. Well, it's not is not what we can do anytime and to any areas. There's usually some small area of reality that we can actively analyze, and not at whatever time. If we are tired, we do not even analyze. I, for example, do not analyze actively national identity when I'm very tired or if I drank too much beer. The unfamiliar is more costly than the familiar, and there is also quick result bias. People tend to quick gratification. The law of Vazyanau, what you see is all there is for you. There is, for example, my colleagues spoke of the problem that not many Western scholars reach out to Belarusian sources. Well, Russian language sources are more common in Western studies. So it's well, the law of Vazyanau works. Availability effect. What is more available is more pressing on cognitive choices. And now, national identity. What for? A couple of words. What for? Why national identity? Milton Rockich is a notable scholar in value studies who drew upon various disciplines, including psychology. Who am I is at the innermost core of the total belief system. And it often happens, he claims that if a person is given a choice either to depart or somehow offend his or her identity, well, and preserve other values, it often happens that he or she tries to maintain coherence of his or her identity. Not necessarily national identity, because identities can be different. Fundamental identities for a person can be not necessarily national. And this probably one factor that can explain why so many Russians support what they call military operation, but in fact war against Ukraine. Well, they seek for, because, well, this is a part of the answer to the question who we are. So we are superpower, and this identity of our superpower is so important that other values, for example, human lives and international law, is interpreted through this basic fundamental self-identification tendency. National identity can be main source of self-concept or one of sources. National identity can be main source of self-concept, but can be one of sources. It is not necessary that a person creates his or her identity with the help of national identity, because many other identities can play their role. For example, getting back to Russian identity, it is hardly is it national identity. So there's a superpower identity. Russians have problems with their national identity because there is problem how to define either in language, cultural terms, or maybe regional, or maybe some other. So there is a strong tendency. There has been strong tendency for decades, maybe even centuries, to define themselves as as a superpower, not nation state, not through the lens of national identity, but as a superpower. So Eurasianism, such a ideology offers such an interpretation, such way of self-identifying on the collective level. So, well, I think that the self-identity is rather superpower identity than national identity. But national identity can be main or one of the main sources of self-identifying. There is also importance, pragmatic importance of national identity if we look through the look from the state perspective. National identity offers some sort of state stability in the case of those states where national identity, which identity is defined in national terms. For example, Poland, Lithuania, probably Denmark, but I would not risk to somehow get to define Denmark. So, way of building consensus about legitimacy of the state within its borders. So, national identity may be helpful in answering the question why this state should exist. And the answer to this question is also important in terms of state stability, because this consensus is a factor of stability. National identity versus related identities. So let's imagine that there exists national identity, but it somehow is weak for various reasons. It can be weak. I will tell a little more about this, about main factors of possible weakness. But if it's weak, it is often compensated for at the subnational or supranational level. Supranational identities. Let's think about Caribbean countries. There are many of them. Well, it's often not possible. Possible, but it's sometimes difficult to answer the question: what makes us, for example, Bermudians or Trinidad and Tobagoans, and whatever. But many of them self-identify them on the supranational level, for example, by emphasizing belonging to British Commonwealth and through British Commonwealth to Western world. So, but there can be also compensation directions with reference to other cultural or civilizational massives, for example, Russian world or Chinese world, or Africanism or Arabism, Pan-Arabism, or Pan-Slavonic identity. So all they are supranational identities. There can also be compensational directions to subnational identities. It is often the case of African countries where tribal ethnic identities are very strong, and well, it is very difficult to answer the question what makes us, for example, Gambians, a small African country there exists, but the question what makes us Gambians, but it's more easier for citizens to answer what makes us representatives of such or that or this or that tribe or ethno group. So there can be compensations on subnational level. Basic features of national identity are distinctiveness and coherence. So that is what makes national identity weaker or stronger if national identity formula answer offers quite a coherent question to the coherent answer to the question what makes us distinct from other countries, from other nations, rather nations, we are speaking of nations, national groups, national communities. It is stronger if the answer is confusing, contradictory, involving many cognitive dissonances. Well, national identity is weaker. Identifier that is a component of an identity, and there can be virtually tens, hundreds of possible identifiers. So I grouped them into three pairs of into three pair categories. One pair of categories is insular identifiers and peninsular identifiers. Insular, that is, we have to imagine island as when the identifier brings answer to the question who we are and points to something distinctive of this national community. For example, Polish language in Poland would be insular identifier. That is something that is characteristics specifically of Poles, of Polish national community, and not others. A peninsular, that is, which defines one-sidedly. For example, Catholicism, especially historically speaking, Catholicism for Ireland, well, there were problems with national language. Currently, there is strong tendency to revive national language, but historically it was quite tricky to define the Irish people with linguistic categories. But Catholicism served as a important, of course, not the only, but an important identifier. But it was peninsular. Of course, there were Catholics which were not, Catholicism could not identify Ireland specifically, something that differs them from whatever nation. Another empirical, non-empirical, is empirical that is easily observed, something that catches our eyes and ears or other senses, and non-empirical, such which we can imagine only by means of some inference or some imputing or ascribing some internal states to members of a society. For example, sometimes one might hear that tolerance or hospitality is an identifier of a nation. For example, Belarusian nation. Hospitality or tolerance, of course, we can somehow to infer, somehow to place into internal states of members of a community, but it's difficult to observe on everyday life. And empirical, for example, language is something that is easily observable. Symbols, easily observable. I mean, national symbols, flag and coat of arms, easily observable. And the third pair is durable and ephemeral identifiers. Durable, those that last for years, for decades, and ephemeral. For example, sport achievements, they can be mighty identifier. They arouse very strong emotions, and of course they are ephemeral. They do not last for forever. Such from time to time they happen. And a couple of examples. I already gave some examples, but maybe a little more. For example, Polish in Poland would be according to this terminology, would be insular, empirical, and durable. Historical narrative of Poland would be, first of all, it's quite coherent. It's not difficult to find, unlike, for example, Macedonian historical narrative tracing back to Alexander the Macedonian. It's not coherent by any means, but well, Polish historical narrative is relatively coherent. It's insular. It's well, allows to distinguish its national history from history of other countries. Non-empirical, but of course it has empirical manifestations, so memorable dates, monuments, and street names, and so forth. And it's durable. Catholicism in Ireland would be pan-insular, the non-empirical, but of course having empirical manifestation, and it's durable. There can be also other identifiers: social class, social status. I mentioned here Muzhik, Belarus, peasant, hard-working peasant, well, which was an important identifier at the beginning of 20th century. Or Mau Bear in Timor, in East Timor, also meaning more or less the same as Muzhik, Belarus. Such well, but indicating rather belonging to a social class, social status. Of course, it's rather non-insular. It's non-empirical, non-durable. It's rather suitable to be part of subnational identity. But from time to time, also identifiers referring to social class, social status also take part in national identification process. Well, I will skip this additional just to get to Belarusian case, not to waste time. I have 15 minutes, so.
It's just we only have 15 minutes left in total.
Just
15.
15. You know, yes. So, in total, okay. So I have just to be brief. So Belarusian language. Well, theoretically, that can be possible. Many identifiers, but I will mentioning most typical Belarusian language: Russian language, red, white, red, white flag, and Pahonia as pre-Soviet symbols, red, green flag, and rising sun, coat of arms, Soviet symbols that currently are official symbols of Belarusian state. National historical narrative. One version, another version is Soviet-centric historical narrative. Uniate denomination, that is well, Greek Catholic Church, Orthodoxy, Vyshyvanka, and there is also an interesting trend that has developed recently, and I call it antonymism, that is promoting antonym Belarus, Belaruski, and other than Belarusian languages. I know that recently Denmark changed the name of Belarus into more approximate to its antonym, to native version of Belarus. There are groups of identifiers that have a potential for a strong national identity. They answer the question, what makes Belarusian distinctive? But there is a problem that their activation is costly. There's Belarusian language, white, red, white flag, and Pahonia, and revivalist historical narrative. They largely require employing system tools. In order to cultivate them, Belarusians have to invest much into activating these identifiers. There are also identifiers that are insular, that is, they define Belarusian as contrasted to other national communities, but for example, Vyshyvanka is characteristic Belarusian embroidery and endonymism, but they cannot be central elements, they are ephemeral. And there are also what I call P identifiers, that is peninsular identifiers. There's Russian language, red, green flag, Soviet-centric narrative, and orthodoxy. Well, they define Belarusian one-sidedly, as they answer the question what differs us from the West, broadly speaking, but not what differs us from Russia. However, they rely on system one, mainly due to the path dependency effect, because for decades or even centuries, these identifiers were present. So availability effect is very strong here. So they are cheaper. Well, maybe a couple of words about post-February 2020 to 2022 situation. As my colleague mentioned, Chatham House, with all reservation that one might have. This is internet survey and among urban citizens, but well, it still gives quite more or less approximate picture of the situation. So 40% against Russian military actions and 32% support them. For Belarus, the result is good. For Belarus, given that the Russian world has been a major source of self-identification on supranational level. So identity logic is very strong. So, but this military action of Russia, well, changed the previous habits of Belarusians in the context of Ossetia, Abkhazia, 2008, Crimea in 2014. Vast majority of Belarusians supported Russia. Currently, the situation is different. Also, comparative element would be also helpful here. In Bulgaria, the situation is comparable. 32 support Ukraine, 23 support Russia. Not many, not few, but it's comparable to Belarus. So for such a country, for such a nation as Belarus, given that a couple of years ago, Belarusians, because of importance of Russian world as identity element, they tend not to support this Rus world identity. Still works, but it works lesser and lesser. We don't know if it continues, but the trend is such. Conclusion: identity pragmatic approach shares basic assumptions of behavioral economy and draws on findings of cognitive science. In Belarus, insular and durable national identifiers are costly. Those identifiers that are more promising, that they are costly, so we shouldn't expect that they become widespread and supported by majority, at least in the short-term perspective. Peninsular and ephemeral identifiers are cheap. For many Belarusians, self-identification with the Russian world has been a default option. But war in Ukraine, I presented here challenge the default option. I would maybe should to frame it more cautiously, seems to have challenged the default option. And finally, national identity strengthening is usually a matter of decades. Belarus is not an exception. This is anticipating the question why Belarusian national identity is still somewhat problematic. The same goes for the question why 2020 protests have not brought about political transformation. It's also usually a long process. So thank you, and sorry for abusing my time.
But we still have a couple of minutes for questions and comments.
Let's add 5 more minutes so that we have 10 minutes. So that was the
Thanks so much. I really enjoyed it. And I like that framework a lot, even though I usually don't like the cost-benefit analysis, but I find it really productive in this case. And just have 2 questions. So one, whether you think that kind of conclusions might generalize more or less to other countries, or do you think it's really specific to Belarus? So I'm thinking particularly my own kind of past context of Hungary, where it seems to me very similar actually, regarding the insular and durable national identifiers to be costly, and then specifically of Christian or Catholic Christian rather identifiers, the peninsular ones that are also rather invoked than very specific Hungarian.
Yeah, well, I developed this approach with regard to Belarusian identity studies, but I think that it's possible to analyze whatever national identities. And you mentioned this religious aspect. It is, but of course, happily, Hungary has its own language, distinctive language, which insularly defines the nation, and this gives well, sometimes there is a problem of making religion too important element of national identity, and those countries that lack other distinctive features, they may be too much attached to a religious aspect, and this causes, well, problems of inclusiveness. Well, those who are Catholics and non-Catholics, believers and non-believers, and so forth. But language, distinctive language, well, it gives the opportunity to resign from non-inclusive elements of identification and stick to such identifier that increases the possibility of pluralism, of ideological, religious, whatever other pluralism.
I guess it's a little bit of a follow-up question to Thomas's, because I'm a little bit wondering what the cognitive science part, what role it's actually doing, in the sense that I think many of your findings, which I also found very interesting, I mean, I didn't find them so surprising, and I presume that they would be compatible with many other explanations as well. I mean, in the sense that, well, people opt for one kind of category of identification out of fear of repression, of course, of indoctrination, etc., etc. So I mean, so what exactly do you need the system 1 and system 2 for? I mean, I guess that's another way of asking, because could you just leave that all aside, and actually what you were saying would still be equally convincing? I mean, so
if I resign from the concept of system 1, system 2, well, identity is not what and should not probably be something that is actively analyzed every day. It's something that goes automatically. So with a system 1, system 2, where we explain this, we can explain the situation when people automatically interpret real world events through the feeling of what is compatible and what incompatible with the identity. So that's something that, and well, another important moment when we can apply these categories is when we speak of transformation of the process of identity building. That is, we shouldn't expect that for example, let's take Belarus. So just few percent of Belarusians actively speak Belarusian. Many understand, but to use this language actively, fluently. So this is only minor part of society. So on the other hand, well, Belarusian language is what insularly defines Belarusians. That is, allows to tell what is distinctive feature of Belarusians. So, and well, there are many moralistic preaching that, well, Belarusian language is neglected, we have to learn Belarusian and so forth. Learning language is costly. Using it fluently is also costly. So of course, this is a promising direction. I myself love this prospect, but well, the doctrine, not doctrine, conception of system 1, system 2 tells us that we shouldn't expect unrealistic things. Realistically speaking, well, learning Belarusian language, using it on everyday life, especially when state doesn't support it, doesn't create friendly atmosphere for it. So we should not expect it in short-term perspective and even medium-term perspective. No, this I think it can be to bring some people to earth. It can be useful.
Yeah, I just have a question about the diversity of things that have been grouped under identity. Some of these are narratives, like knowledge of historical events. Others are embodied practices. Some of these can only be played out at the level of groups, and some of them can be embodied by individuals. What's the rationale for combining those under one heading?
Well, there were presented several categories. Well, 3 pairs of categories. So I'm not going to. So this testifies that not everything is thrown into one sack. For example, bodily practices would be empirical. So there is a pair of empirical, non-empirical. Narratives are, as such, are non-empirical as far as senses, meanings are involved, but of course can have empirical manifestations. So I think, of course, this 3 pair categories, well, is for start. When we go deeper, we need some additional categories or some variants, modifications of the existing categories. For example, sometimes I need to use quasi-insular category, but well, I don't think that everything is there conflated and merged.
Dear colleagues, I know that there are some questions, but let me remind you that we will have concluding discussion at the very end, half an hour. So please remember the question. we will return to them. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I invite our next speaker, Aliaksei Lastouski. also from European Humanities University, but also from Uppsala University, Sweden. The title of his presentation, "A Nation Without Memory?" Question. Some reflections on connections of national identity and historical memory in Belarus.
Just a second. Oh, go. Just a second. Yeah. Yeah, but I have to save it. Let's see. Where? Desktop. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you can see my presentation. Thank you for invitation to speak here, and I will continue talk about specifics of Belarusian identity, and I will focus on historical memory because it is basic element for any kind of national identity. And quite often we can find the statement that Belarus is a special country in Eastern Europe because the path of a national building of Belarus is very different from other neighboring countries, in particular Ukraine. How to switch? Yeah. To explain this deviation from normal trajectory, the argument of the absence of a full-fledged historical narrative or lack of the canon of historical memory, which would form the basis of national identity, is often used. But on the other hand, we have recently seen a memory boom in Belarus after the pressure of political protest in 2020. And this is especially true in this year, 2022, which Lukashenko declared as the year of historical memory. And so it has special meaning in nowadays Belarus. And this situation puts us in front of the question, so do Belarusians have a historical memory, or what kind of historical memory are we talking about in this case? And I will offer you some reflections on the subject, which will largely be built from genetic perspective. When we're interested in how elites operate with various historical narratives and how these narratives spread among various special social groups. And I would like to turn to intellectual context of 19th century in order to understand significance of history for national building. During the rapid changes in Europe caused by modernization and the formation of nation states, a discussion arises: who has the right to their own national state? And this was a matter of fundamental importance since the fate of continental empires and redrawing of state borders depended on it. Consensus of the 19th century was based on the fundamental division between historical and non-historical nations. Historical nations included those nations that already had the stable traditions of statehood in the past, especially medieval past, on which the legitimacy of claims to statehood in modern times could be based. For example, in such a perspective, the European public was ready to support the claims of Poles and Hungarians to restore their statehood. And you can see this is contemporary map. And for example, you see that Eastern Europe is empty, only for Poland and Hungary. And Denmark is lucky here. But for non-historical nations who could not claim for medieval states and who could not put forward such appeals to historical experience, the fate of submission to imperial projects was prepared. Such a fate was prepared for Belarusians, Latvians, Estonians, Slovaks, and even for Lithuanians and Ukrainians. I talk about perspective of Western Europe for 19th century. Such a direct connection between historical experience, national communities, and claims to create their own states has led to several consequences. Firstly, the primary task for national movements was to create their own history filled with state achievements. This turned out to have an irreversible effect on the writing of history, which is still being done according to this canon of national historiography. But how did it happen in Belarusian case? Here I agree with Valery Bulgakov that first program text, which in fact created project of Belarusian nation, was poetry collection Dudka Belarusskaya, Belarusian Pipe, published in 1892 by František Bogušević. I would like to mention two facts: that it was very late, only end of 19th century, and that program text was introduction for poetry collection. I would like to mention Valentin Okudovich, who says that Belarus is a nation which is created by poets, because most important texts were poetry, not historical or political statements. And here I used original text of František Bogušević. I did not translate it all, but I say what is most important in this sentence. Belarusians are given an active role in the creation of medieval state of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and we remember that the assessment of the state is based on territories under control of the state. And you see absolutely new map of Eastern Europe, yes? which is totally different from Western European perspective that I proposed before. For example, we see that Denmark is very small here in the corner, and what is big? Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and when I prepared this presentation, one moment struck me because Boguszewicz wrote that borders of these medieval states reached Kremenchuk. And you heard about the city. I'm afraid that in first time yesterday when this city was attacked by Russian military forces. But for Boguszewicz, it was like frontier city, frontier fortress of Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Theodor Narbut, another Lithuanian historian from territory of Belarus, wrote in his history of Lithuania that castle of Kremenchuk was founded by Grand Duke Vytautas. It was legend, but it was very important for local historical tradition, which was used by Franciszek Boguszewicz. But what is interesting in this case, who was author of this text of Dudka Belaruskaya, and who was audience of this text? Franciszek Boguszewicz, I would like to return to previous slide, belonged to local aristocracy, which by 18th century was Polonized, was Polish speaking, and took Catholicism as confession. Along with political loyalty to Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Rzeczpospolita, special version of regionalism was preserved among this aristocracy in the form of historical memory of the traditions of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. There is no doubt that Boguszewicz himself considered himself as a Pole, that the language of his family was Polish, and in addition, he actively participated in the creation of underground Polish schools. But he wrote his book in Belarusian and for Belarusian peasants. And the audience for this poetry collection was certainly local peasants who spoke Belarusian language. Most of them were illiterate, and it is quite understandable that there was no any historical narrative in this Belarusian peasant environment. And it may sound strange when Boguszewicz wrote about medieval princes. No one from his potential audience had no idea about this past and about these princes. But I think that author purposefully understood what he was doing. In his own words, he was creating a new nation. But without appeals to the traditions of historical statehood, if we talk only about peasant life, Belarusians would have no future. They could not claim for their own state. So, this enigmatic paragraph about Grand Dukes, incomprehensible for potential readers of this poetry collection, has fundamental importance. I would like to emphasize this moment once again. Local aristocracy, which under conditions of colonial subordination to Russian Empire, preserve history of its own statehood and transmit this memory to local peasants who fall into a rapid process of modernization. Bogushevich will be followed by others, but in the initial state of formation of Belarusian national movement, we see one trend that these national leaders were mainly people from Catholic environment, from small and medium aristocracy, but their audience was Orthodox and peasants. And here we can say about kind of trauma, since the further development of nation building went along the path of creating a socialist state, and as a consequence, the physical destruction of the local aristocracy. A striking example is fate of Roman Skirmont, a rich landowner, a respected politician who was a deputy to Russian State Duma, and Skirmont advocated maximum cooperation between local aristocracy and Belarusian national movement. Even for a while, he was prime minister of Rada Council of Belarusian People's Republic. But his personal fate is indicative. In 1931, when interwar Poland was torn by Soviet and Nazi armies, when Soviet troops approached to his land, Belarusian peasants took him to the forest and shot him. Therefore, Belarusian historical narrative is based on trauma, is based on historical memory, which is kept by local Polish-speaking aristocracy, and this aristocracy was later declared as an enemy of Belarusian people and physically destroyed, or was forced to emigrate. I talk so much about origins because only from this perspective we can understand many of aberrations that arise in modern times. Firstly, historical memory. Okay. That forms the basis of Belarusian national identity is based on nostalgia for the times of greatness of Grand Duchy of Lithuania, which competed for dominance with Moscovia or Russia in Eastern Europe. And this memory was kept by local Polish-speaking aristocracy, which kept it through family channels, through its own intellectual infrastructure, books and magazines, private and public museums, scientific communities. But let's remember that Belarusian peasants who read Bogushevich did not understand anything about times of ancient greatness. And modern residents of Belarusian cities are the same descendants of illiterate Belarusian peasants. For them, social progress is important. The achievement of certain boundaries of material well-being, and recently postmodern values such as respect and self-realization. But for this trajectory of modernization, both Belarusian language and historical memory are alien, irrelevant. As you remember, Bogushevich appealed to Belarusian language and historical memory. Another important consequences of this way of forming historical narrative is that it fundamentally carries an anti-colonial, anti-Russian core. And it leads to constant problems with history by Lukashenko. Therefore, actual result of his historical policy was the creation of short genealogy, so I call it, which in fact cut out history only to the period of Great Patriotic War, genocide of Belarusian people by Nazis, and victory of Soviet and Belarusian people over Nazi Germany. In this case, we can analyze events of the era of historical memory, and there are a lot of events, but 90% of them is reduced to period of Great Patriotic War. In his first public address at the beginning of era of historical memory, Lukashenko set the task of rewriting the history of Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. But it is totally unclear how to fulfill this task, since it means recreating of historical narrative. It was easy to do at the end of 19th century, but I think it's almost impossible at the beginning of 21st century. And I would like to mark the following task in the final part of my presentation. The problem of Belarusian historical narrative is not in anti-Russian nature. The problem lies in its nationalization when complex ethnic and confessional history with interactions of various communities is rewritten according to Belarusian national category. We need to rethink our history with respect for those people who lived on our land, with respect with their self-identification, with respect to what they aspired to and what they created. Thank you.
Questions?
Just a quick one. I mean, when you were referring to this collection of poems as having had an important role to play, I was reminded a bit of the case of Finland, where also, I mean, the kind of Finnish nation building took place in the mid-19th century, and the whole idea of Kalevala was really something that was, to some extent, artificially constructed in order to create a narrative that could push Finland towards becoming an independent nation. So, I mean, so it took place roughly in the same period. I mean, do you see any further parallels between the case of Finland and Belarus, or are they very different?
Yes, of course we can find some parallels, because Finns are also put in this category of non-historical nations, because we see parallels with aristocracy who were Swedish language and peasants who were Finns. And we can see parallels like representatives of this aristocracy who were Swedish speaking. They identify themselves as Finns, and they were creating Finnish epic and Finnish national mythology. But they are well Swedish origin, but they created Finland. For example, even Galen Kallela, who created imagery of Finnish national mythology. So we can see there direct parallels, because in Belarus we have the same situation, that aristocrats who were of Polish origin, I mean they were local, but they spoke Polish language and they were Catholics. They created national mythology for Belarusian nation. But difference that Belarusians who became nations, they eradicated their aristocracy. For example, if communists won a civil war in Finland, I think it would be the same situation. But communists, Finnish communists, were failed in this war, so Finland is on other way.
Okay, I have a question regarding your final statement, this research task. As far as I understood, you mean that we have to try to overcome the approach that reduced the national identity issue to the ethnic identity. And it sounds very complementary, or in parallel at least, with what Dan formulated in his lecture when Dan referred to this yak, to this task to overcome the very dichotomy between the ethnic nationalism and civic nationalism. But I wonder, do you see some concrete perspectives how it could be done, or what is the third way? So, because if we recognize that the classical dichotomy, the classical opposition between the ethnic nationalism and the civic nationalism doesn't work anymore. It doesn't.
I agree with it.
It cannot help explain our situation, and it cannot help with facing the challenges, the current challenges in Belarusian society. How could the alternative look like?
Yeah, it's a very hard question. I would like to know answer. I would like to know answer on it, but I don't know it. But I just know maybe some intuitions or some suggestions.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it does not mean that I would like to downplay ethnic component, because it's important.
Mm-hmm.
But it means that that very dangerous to make it like in first place, just to rewrite everything by ethnic categories. And because, for example, as I said about creating of historical canon, it was created by other ethnic and social group, and it was, how to say, privatized, and it was rewritten by in terms of ethnic nationalism. But I think that it's a problem that it doesn't work in Belarusian case. So because of this falsification in the beginning of it, and for me, idea that we have to be more open to other people and to other identities in present and in the past. So it means that if we talk about history, we do not have to talk only about Belarusians and about their greatness, because it is falsified history. We have to talk about people who live there and about their identities and their connections and their conflicts. And it is parallel to what we do now, that we have to be open to identities of other people, not to make repressive nationalization, but to be in dialogue and communication, and to create a nation as place for interaction of different communities. So it is totally in parallel of history and the present. But I don't know how to do it in easy way, because it is problematic. But anyway, it should be our task, I think, for Belarus.
Other comments? Questions? Yes, please.
Here, I mean, this is more like just something that your example reminded me of, because there is I mean, I'm a Swiss, and I was taught like in primary school in history by he was an old teacher, and he was actually a soldier in the Second World War. What happened was that in Switzerland they developed something like intellectual national defense against this Nazi state, which revived certain myths that were known to be false, such as an idea of an assault on the castles of the oppressors, the Habsburgs, in the 14th century. And I remember that I had in history classes these booklets with dramatic painting drawings showing these castles burn, and even figures like Wilhelm Tell was like something like in some way like a historical figure, which is when you consider it, it's I mean, really verging on madness that this is taught in a history class in the 1980s, in my case. So this is then at the same time something that since well, I gather, or I guess that many Swiss had around that time had a similar like education in history. They were then rendered, I mean, practically defenseless when the issues were brought up about Jewish properties and Swiss banks and so on. I just wanted to I just see there a strong parallel, which in Switzerland was triggered by the Second World War, by a certain need of having to identify oneself or just unify oneself as a nation which had its plurality against a threat against the nation which was then presented as much more like unitary, like the Germans. That's only by way of like a comparison or an association.
Mm. Yeah, I can agree that Belarusian or Finnish cases are not unique, yes, and we can see a lot of parallels because, as I said, it's a legacy of 19th century that we have to be strong in our history, that we had to have like a great medieval state. Without it, we are nothing, and was like a core for creating of national historiographies. And for example, there are a lot of research on history textbooks that they're based on these nationalist claims. But for Western Europe, it was a long process for rewriting of it, because, for example, if you would use this approach to the history, you have to be proud of your Danish empire, Danish medieval empire. So what to do, for example, with Skåne, maybe you have to took it back, or Estonia, you have to because it's your territories, and if we use this approach, we will be in constant wars, but we see that it's still active in our region when Russia uses it like legitimacy claim to start the war with Ukraine. So I talk about very dangerous approach to history and identity, and we see for where it can come, but I think that it's very dangerous and for Ukraine. And for example, Russian aggression can revive all these nationalist feelings in Ukraine too, and I can see it through Ukrainian media, and I think that it's very important and for Ukraine to find other ways than this nationalist approach to history and identity.
Okay, we can finalize this panel. Thank you, Alexei, once again for the presentation, and thank you for the questions.
Lunch break now, we will reconvene in 1 hour.
Before. While working on my dissertation on pictures of social reality, I was most interested in how and by what means the reproduction of the national cultural canon takes place. With regard to Belarus, this also meant answering the question of how it is informed in general, what and for what reason is fixed in it. This led me to explore cultural consensus, the reproduction of cultural values, and the constitution of national identity. In Belarus, there are at least two discourses about national identity: the official, associated with Lukashenko regime, and the opposition, not official. In fact, there are most of them because the opposition has several options, but now I wouldn't like to touch on this. I was not interested in the differences between them, but in the similarities, which historical moment, dates, cultural heroes, stereotypes, memes include both. And also through the practices of official cultural canon is consolidated. I think that Belarusian literature turned out to be such a space of similarity. The classics of the early 20th century are declared the creators of modern Belarusian language, exponents of the national spirit or mentality. Many places of memory are associated with their lives and activity. In recent years, there have been attempts among intellectuals to comprehend how the literature canon is codified. What and for what reason the official discourse squeeze out displaces. This is done of the framework of post-colonial studies. And first of all, it is connected with the rethinking of the Soviet heritage, the Soviet past. Researchers, for example, Hanna Severinets, show how the connection, national identity, official cultural canon, reproducing meaning and images of Belarusian literature works. The central point here is the reproduction of images and meanings. Given the many years of Russification, not just literature in general, but the school program in literature turned out to be space for the formation of national identity. After all, in order to receive a document on education, each student must read the school program. And this reading says both the idea of nation and the level of the language. I should say that in Belarus, only 3 subjects are mainly in Belarusian language. There are Belarusian language, Belarusian literature, and the history of Belarus. Nothing else. And the continuity of the cultural context. I suppose that the management of the school program in literature is one of the most important mechanisms for influencing national identity in the context of total control over culture in general, and over the sphere of book publishing and reading practices. Discussion and studies about relationships of national identity with school program in literature are extremely interesting, even and perhaps especially when they are associated with morally bounded topics. For example, yesterday, the title of People's Writer of Belarus, this is the highest state awards in the field of literature, was received by Nikolai Cherginets. Does this mean that his book will be included in the school program in literature? And whether we like it or not like, every student will subsequently perceive him not only as a person involved in many years of repression in the field of culture, but also as the author of the same role with national geniuses. I should say that starting from 1956, only 9 authors received such a title. And since 1995, only Cherginets. The question is not the literature value of his works or the eternal problem of the moral responsibility of the author. but in the mechanisms of managing the cultural canon, and as a result, influencing on identity, national identity, I mean. Sorry. Oh, okay. However, discussion about the school program, especially in literature, have at least begun, and I hope that many good researchers will appear. But there is another topic that still remains in the shadow. This is literature, children's literature, and controlled reading. Yes, the school program is the most part of children's reading. And I should say that I will rely on the data and materials of the Belarusian Library Association. But a large share falls on modern Belarusian literature for children and youth. Programs for the formation of reading skills in the United Kingdom, Finland, and the USA, as expected, show the importance of the age category 3-8 years for the formation of the common cultural horizon and the translation of cultural meanings. For the Belarusian cultural context, children's literature can become a convenient object of study. It because this fair included topics, taboo, stereotypes that the author and society carries at a particular moment, at the same time influences them. It is important that children's literature tends to have a short response time between the first and the second. In Belarus, it takes an average of 2 years from the moment of text conceived to the reading of the book by the reader. According to reader demand, we can, for example, determine what topics are in demand by parents here and now, and how this demand is changing. Children's literature is not often in the focus of attention on philosophers and social theorists, as well as cultural researchers in Belarus. As a rule, its study unfolds in 3 directions. The first, the psychology of childhood, growing up, etc. The second, philological direction, which focuses as a rule on issues of style and the difference between children's literature and adult literature. And the third is a study of folklore and fairy tale tradition. Given the academic connection and tradition, namely the prop school, most of the research has been carried out within the framework on this direction. For example, I can refer to the work of Professor Yulia Chernyavskaya, who unfortunately is now a political prisoner. She studied the features of Belarusian folk tales in their comparison with Russian, Ukrainian, Polish, etc. However, with all of undoubtable merits, the study were focused on narrow literature tradition. In general, narrow literature material. In its folklore, minimal proceeded version. This gives a lot for study of the national identity of the Belarusians. However, it must be admitted that such studies are predominantly academic in nature and rarely fall into the focus of attention of the typically ordinary citizens. In addition, referring to the historical context, the researcher leave out of the zone of attention the question of whether and in what ways the values and cultural codes of the beginning of the 20th century are transmitted in the 21st century. If the oral tradition of folklore is practically interrupted and the reading of fairy tales in the total share of reading in less than 1%, it is possible to talk about a fairy tale outside in academic research. How about living experience, living tradition? I try to find another way of research. Unfortunately, in Belarus, only 4 people are systematically involved in the topic of children's reading and children's literature, none of which currently has access to either teaching or the formation of recommendation lists for libraries and readers. I would say about us as a research group, the result of which was the Lichtar project, Laterm in English. This project is just aimed at analyzing the 10 problems specific of modern Belarusian and Russian children's literature. My colleagues are also engaged in the creation of methodological base and list of recommendations, while I am engaged in the study of matrices, pictures of reality, which is laid down by the author, often involuntary, and the requests of their occurrences. As a result of this activity, I would highlight the following points. I should say that it isn't conclusion in a strong way. It's only highlights because we haven't enough base, theoretical base for giving all general picture. And I think that I'm at the beginning of my way, but I have some outlines which I can give you, can explain. The first of them is a problem of language. The Russian language books and literature in general are perceived as a sphere of Russian influence, as a Russian world. And Belarusian are perceived as a foreign language for most of reader. And we haven't a general platform for constituting of national identity in this case. The second is the theme of war as dominant. The theme of the Second World War appears in 19% of Belarusian children's books. But unlike modern European literature, heroism became the main idea here. The theme of sacrifice and suffering fades into the background. The author's position also changes last 7 years. From the position of a witness to the position and an agitator who calls for a heroic death. Thus, in children's literature, the image of a good hero is introduced, who is ready to oppose an impersonal, dehumanized enemy. The third is a topic of such a Soviet phenomenon as the summer pioneer camps, like Boy Scout, yes. I think it is important to talk here about Agamben's idea about the concentration camp model. If we discuss of the motifs of nostalgia, in the description of the summer camp, we will find the same structural elements as in Agamben's concentration camp. The camp is an isolated space with its own rules. The natural rights of the child in it are guaranteed only by external authority. The rituals and practices of everyday life in it are aimed at the formation of a collective identity. And the ask of literature on children's camp ultimately comes down to creating an institution for legitimizing this warrant of social organization. The next one is the term of teenage rebellion and changing the rules. Rebellion against the rules, against the rules is one of the standard cliché of Belarusian texts for children and teenagers. But unlike the paradigms in Western European texts, the rebellion in Belarusian literature doesn't end with a new consensus. In it, the emergency of the hero in society becomes the new normality. And I think it's this point is one of it should be first of the top of this list. Social reality is governed by personal agreements. And it is obvious that subsequently this makes the Belarusian reader more loyal to non-transparent methods of management. This also points to the prospect of considering Belarusian children's literature through the optic of Agamben. And identity as a problem. Belarusian language texts reduce all manifestation of identity to the national one, terribly retaining us to discourse of the 19th century. Topics of gender, non-binary sexuality are taboo for this. It should be noted here that both the authors and readers of only Belarusian texts belong to conservative cycles. And it is common for them to put forward a traditional family as a role model. This is answer why, with all the disagreements, this part of Belarusian community supports the reproduction of the official cultural canon. Russian language texts address topics not related to national identity, but because of the language barrier, they don't reach the nationally oriented reader. This, instead of being a platform for consolidation, these texts and books become a new diving line. This is a brief and This is a brief and very short introduction in children's literature in Belarus. And that's why this question, this topic is important for debates, for discussion about national identity. Thank you.
Well, thank you for touching upon this new topic or the addition and new perspective on our agenda today. Alex, please, your questions, comments, maybe.
Thank you for this interesting presentation. I think it's a really bright empirical topic. And my question or my thought was about translated literature. I know there is, for instance, outside of the school program, some children literature written in Scandinavian languages and translated into Belarusian. But is there anything of the world's literature in Belarusian in the school program?
Thank you for your question, for your commentary. I should say that translated literature exists in Russian language in school program, and only in Russian language. And as for children's literature, we have some very good translator. For example, Andrei Khodanovich, Nadezhda Kondrusevich, and another, but they take only a small part of all books productions because tirage. Because each issue is only some 100 books. It's very small for influential. That's why I don't speak about translation language books, because part of it is very small. It's
Tirage, it's not issue, it's book circulation. How many copies were published?
Thank you.
I just asked one question. So I was just wondering, could you say, because the themes that you identified in the children's literature, I mean, I don't know anything about Russian children's books, but they somehow seem similar to what one might also find in Russian children's books. I mean, is there a difference, or is it actually very much themes that are identical across the Belarus-Russian divide, so to speak, the themes that you were highlighting?
Thanks a lot for your question. I haven't good answer on this question, but I have some intuitions. Yes, I suppose that Russian language and Russian identity is much more better than the Russian one, because because of translation and good tradition. Soviet tradition very close with modern Russian tradition. And as for Belarusian, it was interrupted in one moment. And that's why we haven't good base for Belarusian literature, children tradition. I think so.
There is also a comment in our chat. Thank you. Other authors in Belarusian literature today who debunk and deconstruct the myths you mentioned. Are there alternatives?
I should say something about it, but I doubt that it's so, because as for Belarusian authors, as for Belarusian translated, unfortunately, they were separated from their auditory. They were most of all now in immigrancy, and it's a very serious problem. They haven't any contact with children. Yes, they haven't influence on not only school program but on book publishing, and these. This distance between Belarusian readers and Belarusian authors, I think, very important now, because Belarusian children now are reading official authors only, and
according to the school program.
School program and non-school program recommending lists. Yes, and that's why that they are not in focus for Belarusian readers, for parents, for children. They are not on the border.
So does it mean that, I just follow this
Mhm.
question, so does it mean that there are such authors who contribute to deconstructing the myths you discussed, but unfortunately their texts, their books written for children are not accessible, so that or somehow not popular in the country?
I think that now it's really so because of immigration, because most of authors and most of readers are abroad. But I think this situation will be in dynamic, and this immigration circle will be influence on situation in Belarus by electronic books, for example. That I can say that it's situation on this moment, not in period.
Well, actually, I do hope the situation is not so dramatic how you really describe it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that it's connected somehow also to what Andrei today presented, that how active is this internet resources are used. And from this perspective, all books, also books for children, that were published in internet, that are accessible as electronic edition, they can be read. And it seems to me that people in country do read them also, and parents read this book for children and so on.
I will be glad to see, yes, but statistic because no, for example, circulation of the good Belarusian language book is from 300 to 700 copies. It's too small.
But copies is published. It's
Yes.
hard
Yes,
to pay.
yes.
But if it's accessible in internet, in this electronic edition?
Electronic edition not popular in children literature in as a book, because parents prefer to buy books, not electronic copy.
I see.
Yeah, I have a question according to this, way of understanding Belarus as a nation inside. So these immigrants who now out to Belarus, do they read these Israeli authors? So you said the authors, they don't have a connection to the audience in Belarus, but what about the audience outside the Belarus?
Now it's problem. I can say that it's successful now in this moment. I mean,
because I think that people from, for example, Belarusians in Poland and their children, they read Polish literature, but it seems they don't read Belarusian literature at all. They can become more of Polish than Belarusians. Because they included in this educational system.
yes, maybe.
For example, it's not a question of language, it's a question of literature.
Maybe, but I should say that Belarusian children books in immigration are not popular. They're not. It's problem so because in Belarus they cannot buy, yes, and in immigration so. And we haven't general cultural horizon. We haven't children canon. as a base and platform for national identity. I understand that books, literature isn't the only way of construction national identity and cultural canon, but it's a very important part of them. And now it's really dramatic that we haven't, that this tradition interrupt in Belarus, and in progress in immigration. It's a different, it's interesting point of evolution of children's literature, of fairy tale tradition.
Well, maybe it's a good moment to add that Lily is one of the organizers of the intellectual of the festival of Fest of the Intellectual Books. Is it correct?
Yes, yes.
It's called Pradmova. It's a Belarusian word for forward in the Russian. Pradmova is festival of the intellectual book has been organized several times in Belarus, and now for the first time it was organized as festival Belarus in Exile, and it just happened a couple of days ago, and it took place in many countries, in a number of countries and cities in Georgia, Poland, in Lithuania,
yes,
and in Poland in different cities even. But from that perspective, I would like to continue to how to say, to argue in favor of another thesis, because I know that again, since many people are now, many Belarusians now are in exile for political reasons, there were initiated many projects devoted to development of Belarusian culture, Belarusian history, and this initiative, these new projects, their primary audience is precisely children. So many new initiatives focusing on promoting Belarusian identity in terms of development and preserving and development of Belarusian language and promoting Belarusian language, Belarusian history, and Belarusian culture for children. So because so many initiatives in diaspora just have appeared very recently, and they developed very active, I think that this book, children book, will be in Belarusian, precisely in Belarusian language, will be very demanded. So I do see the situation more positive. So.
Short comment maybe about Belarusian internet, the Belarusophone internet. I could agree with Liliya that probably books are not the most common media, or not the most common form in which this Belarusianness circulates. If you look around in Instagram or Telegram or wherever Belarusian teenagers or teenagers from Belarus sit and use, then you would see rather humor, memes, probably some music, surely. Even poetry, I think, is more common than prose and literature. Or, for instance, you can find movies subtitled in Belarusian language. There are several initiatives, grassroots initiatives doing this now, but like full format long books are really not present there. And that is a gap, or how to say that, blank space in that place. So I think it's really interesting to see how successful those projects will be that are now directed or aiming at promoting Belarusian identity among Belarusian children. But for now, indeed, I think there is kind of age census that a person has to reach in order to start to explore that Belarusianness. And I think this is secondary school. Like teenagers probably have enough tools and have enough content online to autonomously discover and explore that Belarusian culture. And in all other cases, if it is not a family where parents would promote such culture, a kid would just grow in a by default space, which is more like colonized by Russian culture. So I would say that
I can agree with you as for teenagers, but as for children, I'm not sure, because parents prefer books, and it's very strange. The children's book are not bought, that they are not popular. It's very strange for me. And in the same time, in recent years, 3 last year, 4 new children publishing house have appeared in Belarus. And it's very strange that we have good books, but we haven't readers.
Do they somehow implement this literature in their programs or recommend these private schools?
Most of, as I know, most private schools have Russian program. They are not engaged in Belarusian discourse. Maybe it might be mistakes. Maybe I don't know about many of them, but as I know, they engaged in Russian education or West European education, not in Belarusian. We have only one independent structure of educational, I mean Belarusian Lyceum, only one, and nothing else. And of course, it's a very small part of education to be influential.
Well, Ilya, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for questions. Our next speaker is Ilya Sulzhytski from University of Greifswald, Germany, with a presentation entitled "The Issues of Nation and National Identity in Belarusian Pro-Government Propaganda After 2020."
I think you can just be here.
Yep.
Can I connect this?
Oh,
it's just for my mouse or not? Or
I
yeah.
don't think I have any.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
It's not a problem.
Just quickly share screen. Okay. And then should just go like this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ilya Sulzhytski, and my presentation now will be from the other side of the moon, from the dark side of the moon. So there is a risk to claims like Lukashist after this presentation. So I apologize for my. I apologize mainly. And my apologies for my Belarusian colleagues now. So excuse me, my Belarusian colleagues, if it will be too sensual for you. But I want to say that this is all this stuff. It's not a moral argument, but it is an analytical argument. So I try to just use this analytical frame to understand, or maybe to imagine, what collective representations, what drivers, what motives we can understand in the heads of those people who was actually involved in repressions, but not from the sides of the protest, but from the sides of the government. And I will talk about the issues of national identity in Belarusian government's propaganda. So it's like in Western agenda, we know a lot about these parts of Belarusian protests, so about us, but we know nothing about them. Actually, why they was involved in these actions, why they embodied this violence and these repressions. And this is very complete question. And of course, this presentation is not an answer. It's just some kinds of analytical framework, some kinds of way of understanding how maybe they can realize these actions. So I have several theoretical assumptions about what happened, about how the protests or how the revolution in Belarus in 2020s affects Belarusian society. So my main point here that there is a mistake to attribute the effects of social crisis only to the one part of Belarusian society. Like, we are the Belarusians who were mobilized, we are the Belarusians who realized ourselves, who understands ourselves, and so on. So my assumption is that they also were involved in these processes of mobilization, processes of solidarization, and processes of self-awareness. So the effects of mobilization and all these effects, which I can call the collective effectiveness, according to Durkheim's program, these effects were characteristics of both sides of Belarusian protests. And while we realized ourselves as new Belarusians or as a part of new Belarus, I think it's also just a hypothesis, but I think that they realized themselves as Lukashenko's Belarus, and they realized themselves more strongly than ever in this particular time of crisis. So this Lukashenko's Belarus is pro-Russian, very conservative, and very aggressive part of Belarusian society, who actually didn't leave Belarus even in this very critical point, because we have like a window of opportunities, and nobody knows at the time how it will be end. So they didn't leave. They have their resources, organizational resources, and so on, to save the power. In 2020s, I think the new Belarus and Lukashenko's Belarus, as a projects, as a collective systems of collective representations, they received maximum emotional energy from this whole crisis. And two opposite systems of collective representations were re-established in this particular crisis moment. So the tradition of understanding two opposite models of Belarusian national identity is not a new one. So the famous work of Nelly Bekus about two forms of national building in Belarus, like national form with Belarusian language, for example, and Belarusian national symbols, and the other form is pro-Russian actually form, pro-Soviet, pro-Russian, pro-Soviet form, like Belarus, who has its roots in this Second World War heritage, in this Great Patriotic War legacy, in the Soviet legacy, and this Belarus is much more closer to Russia than to Western European world. So, but before 2020s, these models were just models. the government tried to implement this model to realize its propaganda, but they haven't enough emotional energy. They haven't enough people resources, maybe. So there wasn't a fire in their eyes. But before 2020s, we had Azarenok. Yeah, and my Belarusian colleagues know who is it. So it's very famous Belarusian propagandist who is, I think, he believes in what he says. So it's very young man, younger than me, but he is a prime star on our Belarusian TV, and he said that we need to destroy the opposition, we need to kill them all. So, like on the state TV, it's not a problem for the state TV now. And my second theoretical assumption, so also very debatable, but in this way I rely on the social theory, that public actions are not driven only by pragmatic motives. So the basic opposition in these debates was that we, like new Belarusians, we had this, moral frame, moral resource to realize our actions, and they enacted only from the perspective of fear, or from the one side from the perspective of fear, and from the other side from the perspective of some pragmatic motives. So they just wanted to save their lives, career, power, money, and so on. But from the theoretical perspective, it is not very quite understandable why they save this, strategic understanding or strategic action, pragmatic action, and we don't. Why we was in this collective affairsness and they don't? I think that this emotional situation was affected both sides of Belarusian society. So we can understand, or we can try to understand their actions not only from pragmatic motives, but from the point of complex relationships between habitus, in Bourdieu terms, emotional drivers of action, its cultural sociology points of view, Alexander Kurakin, and from the perspective of collective representations, like a moral resource of moral justification of actions, resource of meaning making, because you can't only enact, you can't only enact practice. You need some moral justification for your actions. You need to sleep well after you just beat people. And I'm trying to understand how these so many people were involved in political repressions in Belarus. So many representatives of police, for example, or government representatives. So many people who actually believed that they are good people. They believed that their actions are the actions in some kinds of a common good of a community. So I think this is why we need to deconstruct, to reconstruct and deconstruct this whole narrative of Belarusian propaganda. So I will use, in this case, I will use our main propaganda, or not, or just media. It's debatable also. We have our main media in Belarus. It's called main electronic media. It's called SB, Belarus Today, like Russia Today maybe, but I don't think that there are parallels. But this is quite interesting from the analytical points of view media, with very academic, maybe in some way, very academic propaganda, very sophisticated narratives. So there are lots of, not many of them, but there is a group of pro-Lukashenko's propagandists who, with education and with even with candidate of science, degrees, and they try to realize themselves in these articles in this media, and they write about collective identity, they write about national identity, they write about this very sophisticated stuff actually. So I tried to understand, do this whole discourse, do it have some latent semantic relationships between main concepts? Can we actually say that they have some strict narrative about national identity, or they just write their articles and they have nothing? So for this purpose, I used machine learning techniques with Python. I collected 82,000 of articles, a lot of them, yeah, from August of 2020 to February 2022, before the war started. I used word-to-vec model implemented in Python library called GenSim, and mainly I used this model for semantic similarity analysis. So I tried to understand what the actual relations, semantic relations between different concepts in this whole media, in this whole discourse or narrative of national identity. So I use several methods for this, and now I will talk more about the results which I have. So this is the most frequent words at all from this media, and as we see, the such words as country, Belarus, Belarusian, the states are one of the dominant words. So actually, the Soviets, so it's former name of this paper of this media is Soviet Belarus, but now it's Belarus today. So the agenda of national identity, it's one of the main agenda in this media, actually. And if I tried to understand if, for example, I get the keyword nation, and when I created this model and when I implemented this model, when I saw the results, I was very surprised, because this is like you actually read, I don't know, good or bad, but textbook, maybe academic textbook about how national identity is created. So we have here plenty of different close similar words, a cluster, like about identity, about collective identity. So like a national identity, cultural code, for example, such keywords. Very sophisticated discourse, actually. We have also such clusters as justice and peace, for example. And there is not only articles, but there is a concept about humanism, about democracy. How yeah, it sounds maybe very strange, but actually yes, democracy is one of the value of this national narrative. Also peacefulness, also creativeness, like like a will to create, not to destruct. So we have concepts about social structure, about political and social dimension of Belarusian society. We have concepts and articles about international relationships, how Belarus, what interactions and what relationships has Belarus with its neighbors. We have plenty of keywords about the states, about the nature of the states, about the nature of the country. Also about independency. So, the independency concept is one of the key concepts of this Lukashenko's national narrative. And so also we have a very big, actually, here, value fields or semantic fields, which describes different values. For example, stability, unity, sovereignty, community, and so on. So I had a lot in our academic debates that they haven't, like Lukashenko's regime, haven't strict national idea. Lukashenko's regime hasn't articulated national narrative. That Lukashenko's regime just destroyed Belarusian nation. But I think that the way is much more complicated. And I agree with Nelly Bekus here. He tried, and this regime, this part of Belarus actually, because it's not just Lukashenko and his, close friends. It's 30% of Belarusian who now live in Belarus actually, but it's a 30% of Belarusians who says yes to Lukashenko. And actually, they have a model of national identity, articulated model. They have this resource of collective representations. And this resource it's not very sophisticated, but it's rather logical, maybe. So they have their own values. They said that our basic values is Christianic values, for example. We are very close to Russia. Ukraine is our neighbor, not an enemy, but it depends because now it's changed. But before it was like we have neighbors like Poland and Ukraine. We have friends like Russia. We have this Western world, and we need to make somehow connections with this world. So the basic questions of national identity and the basic answers of national identity, actually they were constructed in this Belarusian propaganda. So, but this 100 semantically close words to keywords nation are not all of them are very frequent. So I tried to make these clusters more focused, and I used only 20 the most frequent semantically related words to keywords nation. I make a translation here. We have here plenty of words like Belarus, country, state, peace, national, peace. Like you maybe you can understand the irony here, but we are talking about symbolic resource. Peace, national history, the people, like in Trump's political arguments about their American people. So it's like their people, political society, Belarusian, Europe, politics, historical, independence, value, peaceful, unity, spiritual, and so on. Patriotism here also. So I try to understand how these the most frequent concepts are also related in this semantic field. And actually, I have these more focused clusters here. So there are plenty of concepts about Belarus, Russia, and its neighbors, like countries. There are concepts about Belarusians, neighbors, and different kinds of aspects of including Belarusians in this humanity frame. There is a very strong cluster about this, peaceful and stable life of United Nations, and actually we laughed a lot from this because we protesters, we laughed of these stability values. And now we have a war in Ukraine, and these peaceful values, which was not very, they were not actually our values at that time of the Belarusian Revolution, because there was a values shift to self-realization values and so on. But now we are talking about country in the state of repressions. We are talking about the country which neighbors are in the state of the war. So these survival values are very actual now, I think. So people maybe they actually believe that the value of stability is a real value, is something that has actually a value. Also, there is a block about history and memory. So it's about Alexei's presentation, like nation without memory. But it is true, our Belarusian, or not our, but Belarusian governments had a lot of resources involved in these issues of national memory. So the director of Sociological Institute in Belarus, his name is Nikolai Myslevets, my former colleague from university, who actually fires me, like, but he wrote a dissertation about historical memory. So this historical memory stuff are also very important for this new way of understanding Belarusian identity. Also, it is a very strong cluster which describes the values like patriotism and spirituality. Very big cluster of describing the Belarus like independent state. Very strict cluster about political and economical aspects of Belarusian society, and so on. So my main conclusion from this is that state propaganda received a large impulse, a large influence of different ideological authors, a large emotional impulse to create or to reconstruct or to recreate, reformulate, to articulate this second idea of national building, which was described by Nelly Bekus. And consciously or not, they reformulated a more or less coherent national narrative, actually. If we try to understand these latent semantic relationships as the narrative, as some kind of a hidden, latent, but strong semantic relations. This narrative can be used as a cultural resource for the legitimation of regime's public actions. I don't know, do these people actually use this narrative? Like, we need to ask them, why do you make these repressions? Why do you fire so many people? Why do you implement this evil stuff? Maybe they believe, maybe not. But actually, my point is that they have this cultural resource to doing this. So this narrative answers the fundamental questions of national agenda. Who are the friends? Russia. Who are the enemies? Collective West. What our values? Stability, peacefulness, tolerance, and so on and so on. Who the Belarusians are? They are Slavonic people, they are Soviet people, they are close to Russians. What's their past and future? Soviet past, future with Russia. Future is to create a state of social justice, the creation of states of, some kinds of a new Soviet Union. Second point, zero. But actually, the answers on this question there are in this propaganda. So the main question is actors on the other side act only out of fear, correction or point or profit, or maybe they can be described, their actions can be described and their actions can be understood as a culturally and emotionally determined. So, and if it's so, maybe we can, I don't know, we can predict, we can make a strategy how to deal with them. Because now it seems that only us have had this opportunity to realize ourselves as a community, as a national community. But I think that in social theory, there is no such ambivalence, If we all live in one social situation and if we all involved in social crisis, the effects of this social crisis will be the same, but with, of course, with the different levels, and there are a lot of different variables here. but the effects more or less will be the same. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope on some discussion here. That's why my presentation is rather short now.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very thought-provoking, and I have two short questions. When you were showing the most frequent words, the slide with
Like this?
words,
Like this.
yeah, it caught my attention that country is actually used more frequent than Belarus. It's kind of euphemism sometimes when you say strana, country.
Our country, yeah.
Our country. And it made me ask to which extent the identity that the propaganda camp is constructing is national identity or provincial identity. To which extent those propagandists can imagine that Belarus is still a separate country. We are not one kind of Russians along other kinds of Russians. That would be one question of mine. And another question, comment, I don't know, is about how the words function in those two camps, of which one has entire administrative resource and all the weapons in the country, plus backed up by weapon in Russia. And another doesn't have weapon at all, another camp. And probably words in this another camp of New Belarus function in a different way. They are performative, they are commitment, they mean something. And I'm not sure that the strength of words and their performative function is just the same in Soviet Belarus. And I'm thinking of stories of policemen from 2020 who would confess during tortures that they just beat those whom they're told to beat by people who pay them salary. During Belarusian repressions, it was one of the narratives that were documented. When policemen would just say, I'm paid salary by this guy, so I'm going to beat wherever he tells me to beat. And I'm not sure that those people are guided by national identity in this situation, rather corporate identity.
Oh, yeah.
And Sergei Lubimov actually proposes metaphor of corporation to describe Lukashenko's Belarus.
I don't think that narrative actually guides people in this, like determine people's actions. They are like more a resource of meaning making. So this crisis situation was the situation more about emotions, not about strategic actions or some kinds of moral actions in the classic way. So I'm talking from the cultural sociology perspective, and in cultural sociology we believe, and we believe that moral values, issues, and emotions are very connected with each other. So when you are in this situation, you just act. You just do as you think is right to do. You just beat people, or you just go into peaceful protest. But when the situation ends, you need to ask a question for yourself: was my actions legitimate? Am I a good person or not? Because, for example, I'm asking myself, am I a good person? Why they don't have this opportunity? I think they also do the same. They also ask themselves, am I a good person? I beat a lot of people. I'm a policeman. Yeah, I tortured people in this prison. Am I a good person? Yes, because I saved our national, these Belarusian words from these Western values, like for example. So this question is very interesting from the point of theory. Are actually our our words were performative and their words were not performative. They just had the weapons. But I think that it's not so easy to divide between us and them. And I think the whole point of my presentation is they have this resource of symbolical or cultural legitimation of their actions. Okay, and your first question was about
provincial versus alternative national.
I think this is a very important question now, because, for example, as I analyze grassroots propaganda in Belarus, they are completely, they started to be completely pro-Russian. It's 100%. So before, for example, Yellow Leaks, Желтые Сливы, our main grassroots propaganda channel in Telegram, in the first stage of 2020s, in the first stage of elections, they were anti-Russian. Actually, they said that our political leaders like Tikhanovskaya or Tikhanovsky, Babaik, etc., they're Kremlin agents, and this is why we don't need to, to support them, because they're Kremlin agents. And I think they believed in it. It's not like, oh my God, they're only from the points of propaganda. They just trying to manipulate with public opinion and so on. They're the people like we are. So they also act irrationally, emotionally, and so on. And now this propaganda, this propaganda, grassroots propaganda, for example, I can say only for grassroots propaganda for today. It becomes very pro-Russian, and here this, how you said. This narrative, but about the narrative, this narrative can be dominated. But like Belarus is a avant-garde of the Russian world, like a fortress on this Western war, like a Brestskaya Krepость or Brest Fortress, but in the cultural meaning. So yes, this regional components exist. But these regional components are not from that we are just just a part of Russia, but we are the best part of Russia who actually have this first strike of collective West streets. So like we are guardians of Russian walls. It's about propaganda. Thank you.
Okay, please.
Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it and like this introducing this social cultural perspective and especially this notion of habitus and emotional presence. So I really like that. Just to follow up on the discussion that you just had, I mean, I guess the most plausible, realistic explanation of much of this behavior would be a combination of these two factors. I mean, also kind of looking historical, sociological analysis of Nazi perpetrators, or for example, some kind of mix of these two, this paying my salary or whatever I have to feed my children, combined with some kind of ideological Nazi ideology that you rationalize your actions with. So it's a kind of a mix.
A mix. I'm strongly agree with this, and I see the problem that we as a Belarusian scholars in exile, we overestimated this pragmatic motive of their actions and underestimate these, belief components.
No, I find it really. I mean, just as a comment or a suggestion, if you don't know it anyway, there is in the context of Trump, U.S. Trump. Actually, it was written before Trump was elected, but a really very nice analysis that kind of a little bit at least dovetails with that. By Ali Hochschild, Strangers in Their Own Land. I can really recommend it. Sociologist, not a culture sociologist, but a sociologist.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Emotions, basically. Anywho, but just another question out of curiosity. You mentioned that these ideological authors, as you call them, I think, there was this influx, etc. But I was wondering how much of this was prepared before, and then you mentioned even your colleague, kind of, as I understood, it's changing quite drastically recently. But I'm just wondering, I mean, wasn't there a longer preparation before 2020 of that, of this kind of ideological, intellectual discourse? So this is again, if I think of Hungary, in Hungary there is very similar. Of course, it's not that repressive regime. That's not similar. But what is similar is that there is a whole range of highly intellectual and high-profile figures, university rectors, by now, etc., who engage in a massively ideological discourse. But that has kind of pretty long roots. I mean, in Hungary, it dates back to the 20s. But even if you kind of put that aside, it's a process of 10, 15 years by now.
Yeah, it's also a very complicated question, but in some way I can answer it. I was somehow involved in these debates before 2020 in Belarusian State University. So actually, this strongly pro-Russian agenda were hidden before 2020s. Like the independent components, like Belarus is independent states, independent both from Russia and Western Europe. It was the main agenda in the intellectual or propaganda debates. I don't know how to call it now. So the people who were pro-Russian, like pro-Russian, they was like some kind of opposition. For example, Oleg Romanov, I know him very close because he was in some kinds of a cult of pro-Russian philosophers in Grodno, in city from where I am. So, and this pro-Russian cult, philosophical cult, it was really a cult. So it was hidden. They haven't very strong. I don't know. They haven't these institutional resources. They was some kinds of opposition, but more official opposition, maybe more official opposition than in comparing national Belarusian opposition. So, but after 2020s, they became like new ambassadors of Belarusian national identity narrative. So actually, yeah, the main ideological frame today for this national narrative is pro-Russian frame, and no doubts for this. But I don't agree that they do it. They have purpose to destroy Belarusian nation. I think they believe that Belarusian nation can only exist in this closeness to Russian heritage, Russian legacy, and Russian culture. Because
by the way, also, I mean, there's been some argue who know it way better than me. It was also the case in Ukraine. I mean, before the war.
Yeah.
Even, I mean, the Zelensky entourage. Some people believe that also.
Yeah.
Up until February.
Yeah, actually, the situation is that after 2020s, everything changed. We changed, and we realized ourselves as a community, and they also changed. And I think they tried to find some tools, cultural tools, some cultural resources to save this their understanding of the Belarusian community. So yeah.
A short comment on because there is some similarity to Ukrainian situation, but also radical difference. And Artem Schreiber always stresses this. There is no regional contrast in Belarus, no Western and Eastern part. It's very homogeneous in terms of public opinion or geopolitical preferences. And if in Ukraine the divide would mean that particular parts in East would go to Russia and particular part in West would never encounter the danger, in Belarus it's all or nothing.
Yeah, but
yeah.
But you know, I'm thinking about Vardamatsky's statement about these values ambiguity of Belarusian society. So in some parts of our history we are pro-Russian, and from the another parts of our history we are pro-Western. So we haven't actual division geographically, but we have this struggle between pro-Western and pro-Russian, choice, civilizational choice.
Yeah, but it's happening on equal basis either in Mogilov or Grodno, on eastern border and on western border. So that means for the geopolitical integrity of Belarusian state, a divided scenario is not possible.
Yeah, we can only be included in Russia as a whole state.
Yeah.
This is terrible, but yeah, this is the truth.
I have also comment on your presentation. It's an interesting, provoking, of course, thought experiment what you presented. But of course, when we go back to the period when Nelly Bekus wrote your book, when she considered these two and opposed to identity discourses, one developed by the authorities and another represented by the Belarusian opposition. It was one story.
Yeah.
But now, when you try to defend in a way, to advocate in a way, the same discourse in the today context, it seems to me that it's completely outdated speculation, because it is a Lukashenko's politics, very concrete, his very concrete decisions, his behavior that led to the fact that Belarus has lost the big part of its sovereignty. So, and if we take into account this situation, current situation, that he is a person who is responsible for this loss of sovereignty. So, from this perspective, from today's situation, the whole construction you presented look really like outdated speculation. And another moment, you touched upon very important questions and really difficult questions. How to explain the behavior of people who were involved in all this brutality, brutal violence applied to the Belarusian citizens. And I'd like to point out that there were already articulated very clear sociological explanations as for why certain peoples, first of all, the siloviki, how to translate it. So people, policies, our policemen,
yeah.
Why these peoples participated in these brutal actions without any reflexive problematizing. So, and you said, I think you read about some these sociological explanations. It concerns the education of these people. It concerns where they are from. The most of them come from the small places where people faces regularly with many economical problems of social recognition, and so on. Where problems with getting reputation, getting recognition from authorities or from even from the members of their families. and so on and so forth. There are other explanations as well.
Yeah, there are lots of explanations, but not, and even mine explanation. But we are not in the field. It's just speculations now. Nobody, how many sociologists in Belarus or outside Belarus actually talked with these people? How many interviews were conducted? How many empirical research? So it's just, I think, yeah, it's very thought-provoking explanations, but I see the main problem here, that this main theoretical assumption that they weren't involved in this social crisis situation. They have this strategic, view. They defending their career, for example, or they just enacted from the pragmatic point of view. But we were whole in this moral frame. I don't understand how it's from the point of social theory how it's worked actually. Why they it's like the division between moral, sacral, and profane. Why they are in this profane reality? Why they stay in this profane world with everything you talk about, with these career things, with these status things, and so on. And why the other part of Belarusians, we like create this whole national identity. Why? Because we faced the one crisis from different sides, yes, but they try to imagine that you actually torture people. Just try to imagine. Do you think it will not affect you? The way how it's affected, not the way how it's affected, but with the force or with the level how it's affected the other side. So it's also change people minds. And we can't say, oh, these people from Polis, they are just a countrymen with pure education, with low income, and so on. Because in Belarusian process, there are also a lot of people from countryside with a low income and so on.
But we have to add they were also socialized within this Polish structure.
We were socialized in one field. Yeah, there is a difference between.
Sorry,
okay, and
I'd like to read. There is one comment in chat.
Yeah, but the first your points about Nelly Bekus, I don't implemented her framework. I just talked that there is a point that there are two models of national identity. So they changed, of course, in the 2020s. But I'm talking about that Lukashenko's model or this regime model is a model of national identity with a losing of independence or not. But they may, or maybe not may, but they can believe. Just try to imagine also that they can believe that the only way to save the Belarusian nation is to have an alliance with Russia. Why not? Because this very ideological statement. Do you want? It's how be in the Ukraine, but the situation in Ukraine now is war. So maybe they, in somehow, in their minds, in their collective representations, in their cultural scenario, they see that the only way to save Belarus from this war with Russia is to be integrated in Russia like a national community. Because your position is that Lukashenko has this purpose of destroying Belarusian identity.
No, it's not my thesis.
And what is your thesis about? Okay.
Let me read comment from the chat.
Yeah.
In Russia, painful collapse of the Soviet Union and Russia's international status, together with transition to market economy with major social and economic shocks and disorientation among large groups in the 90s, resulted in emotions of loss, shame, and humiliation about the Soviet identity. The insecure collective identity of Russia can be seen to motivate restoration of the greatness of the lost Soviet identity in the revanchist politics of Putin regime. Do you think there is any similar collapse of the Soviet identity in Belarus in the 90s that would motivate support for Soviet identity in contemporary Belarus? Or has support for the Soviet identity remained constant there? 1 minute.
Yeah, it's a very complicated question. I think yes, but in the different way, because in Russia, it's we are talking Russians. They think about themselves like as empire, Soviet empire, Russian empire, not matter what empire. But I think for Belarusians, it was another question. The collapse of Soviet Union was the question of losing these survival mechanisms. The collapse of Soviet Union was the destruction of security, basically. So I think yes, but I don't think that Belarusians who support or have some kind of a nostalgia about Soviet regime, they actually have a nostalgia about this empire stuff. No, they have nostalgia about social justice, about education, free education, about free medicine, and so on. So yes, the collapse of Soviet Union it's affected Belarusians, but in very different way from this Russian-centric world.
Okay, Ilya, thank you so much.
Thank you.
15 minutes.
Of the future protesters were apolitical. They were not interested in politics and didn't engage in political issues. It's worthwhile to ask, how did the shocked apolitical people manage to mobilize each other for a long-lasting collective political action? What were the constitutive principles of such unprecedented political mobilization and political solidarity? The solidarity manifested in the Belarusian protest movement was a shared experience that presupposed intersection of the individual's shaking and collective emotions, of the individual's agency and her feeling of belongingness to a particular we community. The Patočka's notions of shaking and the solidarity of the shaking seem very promising to be used as theoretical lenses for inquiring into the constitutive principles of the Belarusian experience of political solidarity. In what follows, I'll try to show, on the one hand, a basic structural relevance of this Patočka's notions to the very genesis of the mass protests in Belarus on the one hand, and on the other hand, a peculiarity of the Belarusian case, which requires a certain reinterpretation of the Patočka's terminology in question. My paper has 3 parts. The first one, the traumatic way to the solidarity of the shaken, the political sublime of the Belarusian revolution, and the ethics and politics of nonviolence. The traumatic way to the solidarity of the shaken. After the election day, the outbreak of the state's unlimited physical violence led to the collapse of the pre-reflective system of normality, or I call it also the system of common sense, characteristic of the given society. From the subjective point of view, the collapse of the system of common sense is experienced as a particular existential shaking which happens to a person and undermines her basic trust in the life world. Common sense as a pre-given sound foundation of our social life got fractured. Our pre-reflective belief that certain things that simply contradict the sound judgment can't happen, let alone become normal, has collapsed. In particular, such an unthinkable thing as the open killing and torture without trial and investigation by the representatives of the official authorities. no matter how naive this belief was. It was a part of the common sense system, characteristic of modern Belarusian society as a concrete cultural historical community. The common sense system at issue was a product, the result of a peculiar interweaving of the national mindset and the post-Soviet social contract in this society. What was prior assumed as a more or less reliable failed. Thus, the experience of shaking shared by the majority of Belarusians after the events of August from 9 to 11 built a primary affective or traumatic ground for a faster mobilization and resulted in what we, referring to Jan Patočka, can call the solidarity of the shaken. Patočka is a Czech philosopher and one of the founders of the Charter 77. He died in 1977 after a multi-hour police interrogation. He used the phrase, the solidarity of the shaken, in his book, Heretical Essays in the Philosophy of History, published in Samizdat in Prague in 1975. The term shaken has two meanings in Patočka's book. The first one is phenomenological or descriptive analytical. It designates a particular constitutive moment in the dynamic of human existence and human history. The second meaning is figurative and refers to the frontline experience of soldiers in World War I. From the phenomenological point of view, the moment of shaking implies transcendence of pragmatic interests and movement to authenticity. It's crucial that the existential dynamic activated by the moment of shaking is seen as constitutive of both authentic individual life and true history. According to Patočka, it is the phenomenon of responsibility that unites these two aspects, authentic individual life and true history. Patočka interpreted history as a process of responsible rethinking and re-establishment of the principles of peoples living together in a given society. History, so Patočka, begins due to the shaking of the familiar, everyday meanings, when everything that seemed undoubted and reliable collapses, and there is a need for a radical revision of the foundations of human life. Patočka believed that such an existential shock gives rise to philosophy, to politics, and to history, and determines the essential connection between them. According to Patočka, it's due to the moment of shaking that humans dare undertake new attempts of bestowing meaning on themselves in the light of the way the being of the world into which they have been set manifests itself to them, end quote. As for the second meaning of the term shaking in Patočka, it describes the horrifying experience of the front line, the encounter with the absurdity par excellence. It's also Patočka's definition. Patočka didn't clarify how these two meanings, the phenomenological one and the figurative one, how these two meanings of the term shaking are related. Yet, a possibility of their connection, interrelation, was clearly indicated when he raised the question, how can the frontline experience acquire the form that would make it a historical factor? Patočka's answer was, by means of the solidarity of the shaken. That is, by means of the solidarity of those who are capable of understanding what life and death are all about, and so what history is about.
end quote. Patočka's formulation, the solidarity of the shaken, as well as both meanings of the term shaken, seem very relevant to comprehension of the Belarusian events at issue. Moreover, the very genesis of the Belarusian protest movement allows for clarifying a structural and experiential connection between the shaken as undergoing the encounter with the traumatic unthinkable and the shaken as a breaking point from which a true history of the given community emerges. As mentioned earlier, the encounter with the unthinkable violence resulted in the collapse of the system of common sense. This was followed by the determination of the Belarusians to openly protest against violence and lawlessness. The determination presupposed a radical break with the former political naivete or former political indifference. It was a kind of political metanoia that gave us a reason to introduce and to use the notion of the Belarusian Revolution in our public media and in many publications that appeared in the context of Belarusian protest movement, in the first of all in 2020, but and in 2021 also. For a long time, actually for more than 2 decades, the authoritarian Belarusian regime kept itself in power by means of the social contract in which the state guaranteed a minimum level of social economic stability, and in return, citizens abstained from political life. Belarusian citizens adapted to this authoritarian regime, tacitly accepting the contract. The regime was able to administer the country without interference. Civil society, or so-called civil society, quasi-civil society, paid a high price for the so-called stability, forfeiting its political subjecthood for many years. Social apathy became the dominant characteristic of the period. A truly revolutionary collective emotional upsurge occurred after the presidential elections 2020. People came together to protest against the inhuman cruelty and the insolent violation of law. They joined together out of indignation, yet this out of cannot still be regarded as a sufficient explanation. Given the habitual political passivity of Belarusians on the one hand, and the absence of centralized political coordination on the other hand, the question of the very genesis of the uprising remains open. What we are looking for is prerequisites for the mass mobilization at issue, which was in no way foreseeable, much less planned in advance. During several days, from 9 to 11 August, people had very fragmentary information because of the lack of access to the internet. However, information was circulated from mouth to mouth. Very soon, news spread of vicious beatings and atrocities committed by the representatives of the state security apparatus. It was the abrupt unmasking of the regime's monstrous inhumanity. People were different, so to say, just as in concussion. They were no longer indifferent. They were no longer apathic. They can be no longer apolitical. Part 2, the political sublime of the Belarusian Revolution. As a contemporary affect theory tells us, affect
can only be overcome by another, stronger affect. Meanwhile, the emotions of Belarusians varied from confusion and frustration to outrage and anger. The atmosphere of anxious uncertainty prevailed in our society. To repeat, the Belarusian people undergo the collapse of the system of common sense. In Latin, sensus communis, a shared perception of the world. People were faced with the unthinkable. They could neither understand nor ignore it. It is precisely here, in the situation of anxious uncertainty and groundlessness, that we need the concept of sublime. The concept of sublime can help answer the question, how did the shaken manage to unite for a new collective political action, for their peaceful self-affirmation as a political community, as a we? To elaborate this issue, I will take my bearings from the book by Michael Shapira, The Political Sublime. In this book, Shapira elaborates a politics of aesthetics built on his analysis of the experience of the sublime. The central thesis of Shapira's analysis is that the crucial political initiatives that challenge authoritative and institutionalized modes of power and authority are precipitated by disruptive events that provoke the formation of oppositional communities of sense, end quote. Correspondingly, he tries to show, quote, how sublime experiences activate diverse sense-making communities within the body politic, end quote. If we look at the very genesis of the Belarusian protest movement, we may be surprised what a crucial role indeed the experience of sublime played there. In August, the Belarusian mass protest became possible and was activated, so to say, due to the constitution of the dimension of the sublime by the women's white chains on August 12 and August 13, 12-13. Retrospectively, we may acknowledge these white chains a genuine inauguratory act of the Belarusian Revolution, as they constituted a condition of possibility for the faster formation of the protest community. The experience of the sublime, arising as a particular reply to the initial traumatic shaking, was an excommunicative gesture relating to the incomprehensible violence as an ultimately unbearable, unacceptable, inhuman. Therefore, the experience of the sublime was simultaneously aesthetic, ethic, and political, and as such had a disruptive effect. Furthermore, the experience of the sublime at issue was characterized by performativity. There must be differentiated two aspects. On the one hand, the very practice of the political sublime, the practice, the performance as it's realized by concrete people, and on the other hand, the sublime as an object that, while being observed by the others, can act as an incentive for them to share its excommunicative gesture, to join its silent protest against the unthinkable violence. In other words, the sublime is a performative object that, like social rituals in general, elicits certain collective responses. And last but not least, I want to highlight that the very fact that the subject or subjects performing the praxis of the political sublime was a female subject The plural female subject is not a secondary, not accidental point, but the constitutive one. The political sublime of the Belarusian Revolution implies a subversion of the authoritarian patriarchal order that makes violence in its various forms a key instrument of power. Let me read a Facebook post published in Facebook by one Belarusian woman from Minsk. She joined the Women White Chains on August 13, 2020, and she wrote this text in 1 year after the events, on August 13. So it was published in Facebook on August 13, 21. By the 13th, the flow of news became unbearable. People started getting out of Okrestina, it's a name of a detention center. At 11 a.m., Lena and I formed a chain outside the sports palace. At first, there weren't many of us, but gradually the chain grew. A woman from the bus stop with a heavy bag came up. The girls from the office opposite came running, seeing us through the window. There were many stands and walks afterwards, but that first one was particularly poignant. Everyone stood in silence, sad and mournful, standing because they couldn't help standing. Their cars started honking. The boys came running in with candy and water, and a wave of a peculiar feeling came up. A timid hope for justice, spreading in the chest and hardening a lump in the throat. We marched in a column of girls from Nemiga to Komarovka, it's a Minsk district, the Academy of Sciences, and from there down the avenue to the Red Church. People poured in and out. Girls jumped out of cars and taxis, ran out of trams and subways, with flowers and in a shared impulse. It was a cathartic walk, collective empathy and the release of emotions. I remember an adult woman waving a flag on the balcony in Osmalovka with incredible enthusiasm. The archetypical Belarusian man in Komarovka. Komarovka, it's a market where peasants can sell their products. The archetypical Belarusian man in Komarovka. He saw us, settled down, froze, and stared silently with tear-red eyes. Half an hour later, I spotted him with a bunch of colorful flowers from dacha. He was happily handing them out to passers-by. The scientific worker, as if from Soviet films, bald, sharp profile, checkered jacket with patches on the elbows, walked silently beside me from the Academy of Science to the Red Church. I was worried about him. He wasn't young, and walking wasn't easy for him. But even after a year, his ascetic face is still before my eyes, holding back tears, full, proud, and sublime. Thus, the unique experience of the political sublime described above was a disruptive event that allowed for reshaping the political imagination, encouraged people to resist the authorities, and generally speaking, opened a possibility for creative political initiatives. Part 3, the ethics and politics of nonviolence. The disruptive event of the women's white chains enabled the very transition from the traumatic shaking to the political implementation of the ethics of nonviolence. It must be noticed in this regard that the political sublime is to be considered at once at the empirical or ontic level and at the structural, ontological one. As the empirical practice, it was a transitional stage between the momentum of collective trauma and that of mass mobilization. As a new structural principle, it was the constitutive condition for the emergence of a new political community. The mass protests that started evolving after the constitutive women's actions contained a normative core that determined the form of the protest movement and the horizon of its possibilities. Pascal Delorme, a German phenomenologist, in his article, The Normative Force of Suffrage Violence, emphasizes that rejection of the lived experience of suffrage violence is a constitutive part of this very experience. What the political sublime achieved was thus a translation of the normative force implied in the traumatic experience at issue into the political practice, namely the politics of nonviolence. While considering different aspects of suffrage violence, Delorme also points out that what is perceived and suffered as violence is what is perceived as a violation of social norms, regulating the way people can be affected by others or by a functioning social order in a way that injures them. Such social norms are the product of a long history of shared experiences and the shared rejection of certain kinds of injuries. It follows the ethics of nonviolence that defines the normative core has been enacted, put into political practice as an inherent element of the given community as a concrete cultural historical formation. The mass peaceful marches that followed after the disruptive event of the political sublime and were inspired by it had a spontaneous character. We observed a physical emergence of a democratic community that was perceived as a unique political epiphany. The spontaneous protest activity evolved as the performative self-assertion of the new collective political subject, a plural community of the shaken, which understood itself as rendering the political implementation of the ethics of nonviolence. In this regard, what is noteworthy is the remarkable frequency and the very rhythm of the peaceful marches. They took place every Sunday from 16 August to November. It seemed paradoxical as it made protest to a kind of routine, revolutionary routine. However, such a paradoxical routinization indicated the people's perseverance and patience and dedication. With regular mass marches, the community of the shaken, as it were, insistently sought to say, here we are, we exist, or there we exist. We have gathered here of our own free will against the dictator who usurped the power, the state's power. The manifestation of the people's sovereignty took place through the people's repeated physical self-presentations, or the self-exposing of the people as a political body, which is the basic condition for all further political demands. Hence, the people as a nominative, as a nomination that is mentioned in the constitution of our country, and the people cease to be a merely nominal, merely formal political figure, and the Belarusian political scene has become a scene of the ultimate confrontation between the two sovereigns. On the one hand, the people represented by the democratic majority, the protest community, and on the other hand, the sovereign usurper. What is crucial for understanding the post-electoral political situation in Belarus is that the ethics of nonviolence opposed the excess of sovereign power, namely the sovereign's authorization of the use of the extraordinary, illegal violence. To summarize, the ethics of nonviolence asserted itself through the politics of nonviolence, namely through the different forms of peaceful protest. The protest movement developed as a materialization of collectivity whose solidarity grew on the basis of people's affective rejection of the sovereign's double crime, namely the reinforcement of injustice by brutal violence, the illegal holding of power by terror. To conclude, let me briefly touch upon what was said above implies as for the national identity issue. My basic assumption is that the reset of the national agenda that took place due to the Belarusian protest movement cannot be understood in terms of the opposition between the ethnic nationalism and the civic nationalism, correspondingly the opposition between primordialism and constructivism. Indeed, the confrontation between the ethics and politics of nonviolence on the one hand and the excess of the sovereign power on the other creates a new conceptual framework that enables a crucial reshaping of the national identity issue. The spontaneous protest activity I discussed earlier contained the normative core that determined both the form of the protest movement and the horizon of its possibilities. This normative core has been activated, has been actualized as a constitutive element of the given community, as a concrete cultural historical formation. In this regard, it seems reasonable, and it's my suggestion, to make a conceptual shift from focusing on ethnos, so this ethnic concept, or from focusing on ethnos as a particular ethnic group, to focusing on ethos as a particular system of norms, values, and modes of behavior that is characteristic of a given community as a historical formation relating to a particular territory. This shift is comparable with and actually complementary to another one that is currently discussed in modern scholarly literature. I mean the shift from the concept of national ethnic identity to the concept of national habitus, and correspondingly from the concept of national identity to the concept of identification, the process of identification. The suggested conceptual shifts seem fruitful as they allow to make the national identity issue much more inclusive without canceling de facto the value and the validity of historical and geo-cultural belongingness. So I argue, and for our faster discussion maybe, I argue that the revolutionary breakthrough of 2020 has transcended the classical opposition between the ethnic nationalism and the civic nationalism in favor of the people's collective reassession of their ethos in the political confrontation with the excess of the sovereign power, that is, with the abuse of the state monopoly on violence by the Belarusian authorities. Well, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question about first days of
A little bit louder, Ilya, please.
Yeah, about first days of protest, because in these first days we had a very violent struggle between authorities and protesters, actually, with a lot of violence in the both sides. So I'm wondering how this, why actually this non-violence ethics became real in this comparison with the beginning of the protest. So actually, in the beginning of the protest, we had a lot of the cases of violent struggle between protesters and police forces. But from this situation, the ethics of non-violence growth, and I'm wondering how this could be possible.
Thank you for your question. It's an important question, and you are right. During the first 2 nights, on evenings at least, there were physical confrontations as well. But the most of them, if not all of them, had a character of defense. People defend themselves from the policy, from this state, this apparatus of violence that were presented on the streets. And we saw many video recordings showing how people either defend themselves or try to free another persons who were catched by the police. And women's and young people, different people. There were many examples. You certainly know about it. There were indeed many examples, and in different places, not only in Minsk but also in small places, when people tried to free another protesters.
Yeah, but I mean, there was also examples of really radical groups in Belarus, who actually attacked police. There was such cases. So, but given society, we could somehow not to forget, but to.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You can. Yeah, we can't ignore it. Yeah, but what I was talking about, and I tried to conceptualize somehow the paradigm that was developed as and that was representative for the protest movement as such. The very fact that there might be, and there were, some really few local groups of people, young people as well, who practiced maybe more aggressive forms, whose behavior was more aggressive. It can't deny the very paradigm I try to describe and to bring to conceptualize, as I said. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's really interesting. I just wanted to come back to the question of the genesis of the community, because I'm just a bit confused now. I guess it relates a little bit to the last question. So would you say that the ethics of nonviolence were there in a lot of people, in most people, and because those were shaken, this community of the shaken was created in the first place? And did the shakenness result out of there already being this normative framework that was then disturbed, or was this ethics of nonviolence adapted? come out of experiencing the violence, seeing the violence, being committed to people close to you. So, yeah, chicken or egg, I guess is the question.
Yeah, thank you for your question. It's exactly about the most important point of my approach and my presentation today, because what I try to do it's build a bridge to show the link, or at least it's my thesis that there is a link between the experience of the moment of shaking, this traumatic affective experience that became a foundation, affective foundation for pathogenesis of the protest. So this normative core, the normative core of this ethicals of non-violence, it's implied in this immediate experience of the shaking, but at the same time, it is the normative core that can be traced, or that this normative core has a very concrete historical cultural horizon. It's rooted, it has historical cultural roots in the intergenerational experience of Belarusians. It's rooted in the history of Belarusian nation. I'd like to show that we can develop faster the ideas presented in the paper, and we can find a foundation for my meditations today. We can foundations also from the side of the historical cultural experience of the Belarusians. So it was a point. So in that sense, both moments must be taken into consideration. What happens currently, what happens now, between this momentum of traumatic experience on the one hand, and this experience of shaking activates the ethics of nonviolence, but what is activated has its historical cultural roots, has particular historical cultural implications.
Somebody online has raised their hand.
Oh, just. Oh.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. I mean, I'm just hoping that I'm on, because the audio doesn't really, that I was encouraged to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So just a minor point. I mean, I find it very, of course, interesting to use the Patočka's idea of the solidarity of the shaken. But I'm kind of a bit worried whether you are not using it maybe a bit too loose, in a too loose manner, because I mean this is, I know this interpretation from the Czech dissent as well, but I just have the feeling that when Patočka talks about the solidarity of the shaken, what he really means is kind of overcoming of animosity, because he speaks about this experience of the First World War and trenches, and I think it's more like about the German and French soldiers who share the same experience of being totally destroyed in the trenches, who in a way share this this existential experience that binds them together. And with respect to these authoritarian cases, I think the parallel would be if there was actually an emergent solidarity between the police and the protesters, who both are kind of so appalled by something that happened. And I mean, because to my mind also, when if I take a look at how Patočka writes about explicitly about the Charter 77, he doesn't use really the term solidarity of the shaken, but he uses the term solidarity of, well, impacted in the same way, or solidarity of similarly impacted, and kind of just translating it ad hoc. So I was just wondering if there is anything to that that you could speak about, or I might be just reading it wrong. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments, well, I realize that this Patočka's ideas can be interpreted differently, different ways, but I do see here certain parallels. As for the expression, the solidarity of the shaken, it relies to this frontline experience, as I very briefly mentioned, and the parallel is that like this experience of the encounter with the absurdity, encounter with the, or facing the unthinkable, something unthinkable, it seems to me that something similar happened also to Belarusians. We faced the unthinkable. We faced something that from the perspective of our common sense system, from the perspective of the social contract we had with our we shared with our state authorities for several decades. So, but basically from the perspective of this general common sense system, we experienced it as a total absurdity, as something unthinkable. We can't, that cannot be, how to say, that cannot be accepted in any way. So it's facing the unthinkable that can only be resolved at some qualitatively another level of communication and social and political action and ethical response. And I'd like again to read this question by Patočka's. How can the frontline experience acquire the form that would make it a historical factor? It seems absolutely possible and fruitful and relevant to reformulate the same question, but applying to the Belarusian situation. How can this Belarusian experience, what we experienced during these several days from 9 to 11 or 12 August, how can this experience acquire the form that would make it a historical factor? And what happened after these days? We see that it indeed became a historical factor. So I do see certain structural parallels in what Patočka described and what we see and try to understand in Belarusian. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I think we have to end the discussion now and then start the panel discussion. Let's just have the panel. We basically ask all the speakers to come up here because it will be easier for the people who are online to then hear whatever we might have to say. So if you just take a chair and sit up here. So. So, So it's not as if we had a very structured plan. The only thing we want is the attention of the audience. But I guess this is an occasion to just continue the conversation. If you have any questions that weren't asked, perhaps I can start with one that there was time for me to raise during the discussion. So it's actually to was it to you? Just think to you. I think, no, yes, it was. So I was just wondering whether, I mean, might there be any way of, because it had to do with this question of what motivated the police to, conduct the violence that they were engaged in. I was reminded a bit of some of the accounts offered by Argentinian police forces and soldiers during the dictatorship in Argentina, where they were also trying to justify, I mean, the very violent suppression, really by reference to the need for protecting very specific values and ideals against what, in their view, were totally crazy left-wing people who are out to basically undermine, everything that they held dear. So I have no idea whether any comparison has been made, and I don't know if you are all familiar with the discussion in South America, but I was just wondering whether perhaps there are some resources there to go on.
So I can't answer the question about this balance between Argentinian case and Belarusian case, but I think we need to clear this point from the perspective actually of social theory, that we can't actually analyze people's motives because they don't their motives themselves. But we are talking about justifications. So the situation was enacted, the violence was enacted, and after this violence, people need to create this justification why this violence was realized. And I don't think that the majority of our police forces or of people in these police forces are actually read this Belarus Today media and so on. But I was wondering more about if there are some systems of collective representations, complex systems for justification such actions. What these systems could be. And one of these systems is this official national identity narrative. Because not only people from low-income groups and so on was involved in repressions, but also very high-level people on the top of hierarchy, like rectors of universities, professors, and so on. So they was also involved in these repressions. They fight people. They made these statements against them and so on. And yeah, I think that these cases can be similar because in different situations, it's very dependable of people's habitus and so on. But for some people, I think it is very important to have this opportunity after the violence was conducted, after some crisis experience was realized, to justify what happened. Yeah, and they could also defend these values, particular values of left values.
About case of Bondarenko murder, when top persons from Belarusian hierarchy were involved. One of friends of Lukashenko, who was chair of hockey association and press secretary of Lukashenko. So they just were riding by car and were involved in accidents with demolition of protesters' symbolics.
Yeah.
And after conflict, it was like murder of one of persons who just got in the courtyard just to.
And this was not, these police people from the police. It was people with authority, with status, with income, with high level of income, with some of them with Belarusian high educational background. So, but they were involved in this fight. And how they live with this.
But their loyalty is explained very good by the long story of the vertical of power and the authoritarian regime that was presented in our country, is still presented in our country, so for almost 3 decades. And another aspect we have to mention in this context, it's that as for policemen, these persons, they have their own very concrete group identity. It's these militaristic groups where they were socialized in, and the values and the codex, the honesty codex, codex chesti, yeah, that's honesty codex, characteristic of this military characteristic of this militaristic groups. It's pretty well-known issue, and why different groups of different groups of state people who have certain place in states institutions, why they are loyal, why they show loyalty with regard to this authoritarian regime, the vertical of power. Again, it's explained by very clear sociological and historical factors. Piotr.
Okay, well, this topic goes, in my view, beyond the issue of national identity, but also since it's important and it's discussed, I would like to pose my comments on this issue about security forces or military officers' stance in the context of protest and violence and so forth. So one general thing is that, security officers, military officers are taught, and it is characteristic of them to abstract from the personal judgment about such or this or that orders, and on everyday basis they have a lot of orders that they personally may find objective, may do not understand, but they realize them, they obey them. So the question is, what is the boundary, what is the limit to which they can go in following these orders? And in the Belarusian case, this limit for many of them has been faced. So during 3 months, within 3 months since August 9, by November, as many as 600 security officers left the job. There is a lot. There is really many. I'm not so much surprised because of violence. Of course, I am horrified. It's a very sad story, but it can be understood. Unfortunately, such is the world. But I'm more surprised that so many people from security forces left their jobs. And apart from that, there were surveys by Chatham House with pluses and minuses, but they give some picture which was conducted probably 1 year later, if people surveyed now security forces officers, actual security forces officers who disagree with regime, there were still high percentage of those who didn't leave their jobs for those or that reasons, but they disagree with regime's policy. So this, of course, this story is complicated for better or good, but maybe even for good. But well, there are many people who reached the boundary of obeying orders, and the potential still probably exists within security forces.
Yes. I start to thank you for your participation. I have learned a lot. And thank you very much for this. I would say that considering the history, always domination creates opposition, and there is always evolution in the situation. But what I like exactly to ask is, considering the root of the problem and the situation, how do we expect, because there will be an end, whatever it is, the time goes by and then there is always evolution, and at the moment it will be end. How could you say that this end will, and how do you have an impression how long time it will continue this, considering your experience and studies for this problem? Thank you.
It's a very hard question because I can say that nobody predicted such level of protest as it was in 2020 in Belarus. So predictions are very limited for us, and I think it's okay because if we can predict everything, so it will be our world will be mechanized and engineered. But so we can only make some intuitions, I think. I see that resources of Lukashenko's regimes are limited, and because main source of his support is Russia, and Russia now has its own affairs, not to give more and more money to Lukashenko, and I think that all his milieu is live now in like total mobilization, and I think that nobody likes to live in mobilization status, and I think it will end because I don't see any solutions and good scenarios for Lukashenko, because it's like only a struggle for to keep control, but no perspectives for Belarusian people. So for me, it's like agony. But how much time will it take? It is really difficult to say. For me, it's like from 5 to 10 years.
When you mentioned agony, it's a good. Then you gave a nice word.
And the level of uncertainty is so high because the situation in Belarus depends directly from the situation in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And how this terrible war will develop, what will happen in the nearest future and maybe in the not so nearest future, we don't know. And just because of this dependence of Belarusian situation from the situation with war in Ukraine and in the region as such, this triangle, Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. So it seems almost important to build any kind of prognosis right now.
But excuse me, the history gave us a lesson. When the repression comes at the point, it's only the drop, the last drop that all finishes. I think it's this what is the answer of human beings' experience.
Right.
It's an optimistic. Yeah.
We should be.
No, of course.
Outside Europe, actually a lot of opposite lessons, and I think one of the failures that we did in Belarus analyzing our protest was to apply European lenses to it, just because the level of repressions was unprecedented for what we conceive as Europe. I heard also advices for analysis of violence to look at studies of places like Venezuela or Iran or Myanmar. And yeah, that's why also the result of such unprecedented protests was unexpected. In that way, it did not lead to power transit, just because many analysts underestimated the scale of violence in Belarus. So yeah, and now we did not touch upon the topic of Belarusians' participation in the war. But it's actually a huge topic inside of Belarus and also partly in Ukraine. I don't know about Russia, because there is a partisan movement, pro-Ukrainian partisan movement on railways in Belarus, and Kalinovsky folk. Volunteers military division on Ukraine's side. And I'm afraid those discussions are very hermeneutic. Like, no one knows about these discussions from outside. It is between Ukrainians and Belarusians. Like, do Belarusians do enough, or they're not doing enough? But it also depends not only on the end of the war, but also on how Ukraine, which I think will be very influential also discursively after the end of the war, how Ukraine will frame Belarusians' participation in the war, and whether it will recognize that Lukashenko as representative or not as representative of people. So yeah, I think we also depend not only on the end of the war, but on Ukrainian statements and framing of the situation. Because so far, it is very problematic, I think. All colleagues can confirm this. And me as person from Ukraine, with my entire family there, but having Belarusian passport, so I just encounter a lot of miscommunication in media. But me personally, I not encounter, I observe. So yeah, we are dependent on Ukraine in many, many ways, I would say.
And on European Union as well, on the politicians, journalists, and intellectuals in the countries of the European Union.
But it cannot change situation in Belarus.
No, in terms of solidarity,
yes,
and
solidarity is good, but it will not change.
Of course, but big changes come through small drops.
Yeah.
Well, it may be banal, but we should value small chances in order to achieve big goals.
And therefore, we appreciate so much our meeting today, our workshop today, because it's all for us. It's an opportunity, it's a window, it's a possibility to keep up the Belarusian agenda internationally. It's crucial.
Yes, I have a question for Piotr Rudkouski. I mean, I wanted to come back to your suggestive claim that the Russian national identity is predominantly a matter of like superpower identity, and you said that okay, this is like something that is so optimal in terms of like costs and benefits that it's even an option for or default option for Belarusians to self-identify with the Russian world. But so my question is simply, I mean, at what level do you I mean, this notion of like self-identity as a superpower, I mean, at what level do you introduce this notion? I mean, is it like an explanatory concept to explain the aggression against Ukraine, or is it manifest in some other way? I mean, in some way, it reminds me of something. I think John Mersheimer said that it's for the Russian public very important or crucial in the assessment of the merits of a leader, of a Russian leader, whether he was successful or whether he won a war. Very simply, yeah. So so his suggestion is that this in some way success like proves that he's a real Tsar. Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it's true, but that's in some way that's just reminded me of what you said. But my question is just okay. You said that it's more a matter of a superpower identity. So how do you know, or is it an explanatory concept, or is it just like manifest in the media or in some way?
Thank you for this question and the opportunity to clarify some things that I touched upon during my presentation. Some things I had to skip over to speak quickly. And there are two different topics: Belarusians and their identity, and Russians and their identity. Mm-hmm. I mentioned about superpower identity as a superpower of Russians just as a exemplification, as a illustration of a situation when identity is important. Identity is not national identity. So, Russians' identity as being part of a superpower, well, in my view, is an important, is widespread, way of self-identifications of Russians, because defining themselves in national terms, for example, as those who belong to Russian cultural, they have difference between Ruski and Rossiyski. So defining themselves to Ruski, well, it's somewhat problematic because Russian Federation comprises as many as 120 nationalities, languages, and so forth. They often are marginal, sometimes not marginal, but well, it's a very diverse state, and well, it's very tricky to define themselves in terms of national identity. So this was just for the sake of illustration of a situation when identity is important, but it is not national identity. But when it comes to Belarusians, sometimes Belarusians and their identity, so my analysis shows that the following, that there exists national identity, but it is often problematic. Well, because distinctive features such as Belarusian language is virtually absent from public sphere. National history tracing back to earlier centuries, 1918, 12th, 10th century, is also problematic because it's difficult to find Belarus is hidden in Rus or Lithuanian terms and so forth. So this is cognitively challenging. So for these reasons, specifically national identity, it is present, but it is problematic. And another claim is that the weakness of national identity is compensated on a supranational level, that is belonging to Russian cultural and linguistic world. So it is an important reference point, important part of the answer to the question who we are in this big world. So we somehow belong to Russian linguistical and cultural community. Well, this does not mean automatically that Belarusians subscribe to authoritarian Putin's regime to supporting Putin in all respects, but I mean that their self-identification, well, there is a tendency to self-identify on the supranational level by referring to Russian, well, cultural and linguistic world.
May I shortly? I guess many would argue actually with you that Belarusian, I forgot the word that you used, but you were talking about linguistic and cultural proximity or weakness. I think many would argue that despite linguistic proximity to Russian space, cultural proximity is not the same thing. And I guess we can also deduce it from how media sphere looks like in Belarus. It's actually quite autonomous, despite it is Russophone. And just yesterday I discovered an interesting thing that the largest part of the audience of pro-regime propaganda Belarusian channels is situated in Russian Federation. Like much more than half of the audience of pro-regime channels and TV programs are in Russia. And I think that's a discussable, debatable issue, of course, how much language and culture are connected in this very case. Yeah, but many would say, okay, Russophone, but not Russians at all.
Well, yes, right. Not Russians, but no. So by analogy, well, for example, let's take other countries with problematic with lack of distinctive national identity. New Zealand, Australia, so they define themselves by belonging to Western world. Just so it's also compensating on the supranational level, but this does not prevent themselves to perceive as Australians, New Zealanders, or whoever, Tobago, Antigua and Tobagians, and St. Lucians, and so forth. But well, I mean that various ways of self-identification, well, they may coexist. Well, but national identity, telling themselves what is distinctive, can be sometimes problematic, and then compensation is on the supranational or sometimes subnational level.
But I would say that the reasons for the weakness you mentioned are rather political than historical cultural. It's not about cultural weakness.
Well, what are reasons? This is a different issue, but well, just.
But I would like to speak about weakness because it means that we have like norm, and then we can compare with this norm. But what is the norm for national identity?
Distinctiveness and coherence.
I have an answer.
I'm serious. It's
very short.
It's not completely subjective.
Because we already 10 minutes past. That's what I don't see national identity in Russia, because Russia is just based on ideology, and this ideology by communism couldn't be applied in practice because of the human limits. And today, I think Russia is an ideology, empty ideology, and is demagogy, which have to fall down like all demagogies.
Yeah,
because it's out, every philosophy, as our professor knows it, philosophy is always time and space, and the time is out for this.
But communism was a universal project. It was not like a Russian only, and it was power of communism that it was for all people. But as we see, now we have only a Russian imperialism, only for Russian people and for their ambitions.
For people who live in Russia, because not Russian. Like, I can argue with you, because if it's true, we don't. If your statement is right, I don't understand why Russians, like all of these civilians in Russia, are still coexist together. There's a lot of differences between themselves, but they have some kind of a will, or maybe not will, but some kinds of a passion to live in this common country. No, but I'm talking about empirical evidence, and your point is about communism in today's Russia is very, I don't know, but there is no communism in Russia, like in Soviet Union. Empty, but they still live together in these borders, in this whole big country.
But it's about empire, about great powers, not about communism.
Yeah, I mean, they have some kind of identity.
Colleagues, seems to me we need another workshop. for sure, but probably this one we.
So this is Denmark, and in Denmark, especially when I'm sharing, there's a very strict time.
Already right now.
It's already 10 minutes past, so it's terrible. I mean, we have to thank everybody, and I just want to thank Helle, who isn't here yet, who is the administrator, who has kind of been buying all the tickets and ordered all the hotel accommodations. But I also think we should thank Ida, who has been managing all the Zoom and the background. So please give her a hand.
Then thank you so much once again. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a great opportunity
Yeah.
to discuss between us.